I'm already hosting you somehow. Cool. Can you pre-host people now? Maybe.
You could set it to automatically post when someone else goes live.
True. All right, so here we are. Can anybody give me a recap for last week? Oh, is my mic sounding bad? Sorry.
There you are. I was going to say, it sounds like it was on the top of your head.
Oh, okay. Is it better? Am I
Perfect,
okay?
yeah.
Okay,
So,
cool.
Whoa.
All right, so
we're back.
it went back to being bad?
And it's
Hello?
gone again.
It's hit and miss.
Quieter.
All right, let me just redo the cable. Hold on.
No worries. Barnabas, not taking this one?
I mean, I'll give it a shot.
It's an easy layup.
Yeah, but I normally prepare something with more detail.
All right, here we go. We good now?
What?
Is it still good or is it bad?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
All right. I guess we'll just do it so we can play. So.
That's good.
All right.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Who's got the recap?
Take it if no one else is.
All right. Barnabas, kick it off for us.
Alright, I've got a furniture building contest I want to win. I need that DM inspo. Alright, last week on Red Hand of Doom, we concluded the epic battle of Wrathkeep, and we opened to some pretty awesome scenes. Very early up in the battle, we had Jert killing the Displacer Beast from 210 feet away with his boomerang sword, which was quite the epic kill. We then witnessed Callahan, the deformed hill giant, throw the Swordmaster Hobgoblin across the battlefield to come fight us, which was pretty dope. Orion, Thanlin, Layla, and Guy squared off against the Swordmaster Hobgoblin, who proved to be quite the formidable foe, having over 100 HP and being able to deliver up to 6 attacks per turn, in addition to extra damage. It was a very impressive fight. Took all of their effort to take him down. Me and Jert kind of squared off against the giant from long range, and there was a point in the fight where Callahan started throwing debris from the hillside. She hit Jert with a tree, and Jert very heroically kept fighting, but on his next attack he went down. I had to come save him from jumping out of a tower, only to get hit by a boulder immediately after. We had a really interesting interaction between Thanlin and I believe it was Loquacious Hobgoblin, who grappled Thanlin, tried to pull him off the hillside, and that was a very interesting struggle to watch as a series of grapples and shoves. Does that cover the battle? That just about covers the battle. There was obviously odds and ends hobgoblins that we took care of. There was a lot of crits on us. And Orion killed his first humanoid creature, which was very jarring for him. But then the battle concluded, and victory was ours. We began to go about our own tasks. Guy celebrated. Orion got therapy. Layla and Jert went out to search for Bloodlord Koth, who had teleported out of the battle in our previous session. We weren't certain how, so we spent time trying to deduce whether or not he escaped, and we have concluded that we believe he went to the Feywild, like he plane shifted, because we did not find tracks. In that period of time while they were looking, Barnabas continued to loot for treasure and got a considerable sum of gold, and then we began to explore the rest of the keep. Going into Bloodlord Koth's bedroom, we discovered he had a number of abstract paintings drawn with blood. They were quite horrific. And then a very good investigation check uncovered the secret passageway to the Vault of Wrathkeep, where we found 3 cells, or like barred areas, locked with extravagant dwarven locks, which were definitely difficult to open, but then after some help from Umeg, we found out we could just take the doors down by force. And that kind of leaves us where we are. We had just gotten this huge bounty from the basement, and we're distributing the magic weapons we found on the skeleton, a very interesting sword, and some mysterious gauntlets. And the last thing that we did before that we ended the session is we took Bloodlord Koth's paintings and we were about to burn them.
Oh, yes. And then And yeah, and we left off right as you were going to burn the paintings. Excellent. Take your point of DM inspiration.
Thank you.
Would anybody like to answer this question? What would your character say their best trait would be?
I feel like it's kind of an easy answer for Jert, but I'll take it.
Okay, go for it, Jert.
He thinks his best trait is probably what he doesn't know is his worst trait as well, and that is obviously his lack of fear. He thinks that because he no longer fears things, he can't be stopped, and he thinks that's his best trait. But outside of that, before that was lost from him, he thought it was his mind. He was always kind of a smart kid.
All right, yeah, that's good. I like it. Take your Factspiration die for the session.
D8, right?
It's a D8, yes.
Hell yeah. And
All right.
I know we leveled up, but like we have to wait till a long rest, correct?
I mean, if you guys leveled up already, it's not like a crime. If you like had it like locked and loaded in the barrel, but technically, yes, we do level up on a long rest. So.
Okay.
What I should probably do for best practice is when you guys level up, if you can't immediately do it, if you hit a milestone, there's not a long rest to do so, I should clone your character sheets for you. So you could like make the adjustments for heart. I feel like then you'd still have to like keep those sheets up to date. Maybe we should hold off on the milestone award until you get the long rest. So then you're not excited about something that you can't actually do right away. Yeah. All right. Anyways, but you did get a milestone for essentially dealing with Wrathkeep. That was one of the milestones. So let me take you over to Wrathkeep, and you guys can start sorting out all that treasure. Oh, this isn't the right map. Hold on. Let me go grab the right Wrathkeep. I mean, it's a good Wrathkeep map. Don't get me wrong, but not as good as this Wrathkeep map. Here we go. All right. Okay. So,
is the owlbear still burning?
Is the owlbear still burning? No, it's most assuredly done burning by now. I can put that. I'll just delete it. There's nothing left. There we go. All right. And let me put on some musics here in the background. There we go. All right. So, the battle is over. The loot has been found. The torch is getting ready to be applied to the gruesome blood paintings of Bloodlord Koth. Do you touch the torch to the paintings?
I mean, there's no harm in me identifying them before we burn them, but if you want to commit, I'm here for it.
Oh, remember, had took one painting just in case.
You took the one that they're all abstract, but the one quote unquote of the guy.
Precisely.
Okay. All right. So I guess just type into chat. I burned the paintings, so I know who's committed to this this act of arson and censorship. Nobody's got it.
I was about to say, Guy would, if everyone's too scared of the art, Guy would burn it.
Would it please my patron to burn it?
Absolutely.
Then I would burn it.
Okay. You set it ablaze, except for the one painting that Thanlin has strapped to his ever-increasing pack. They make a foul smell as they burn, and soon the canvas pulls and snaps and wilts under the flames, and you feel a warmth inside the ring. The destruction of something that took so much time and effort. The duality of nature of a fire spirit of crafting. The endless hours of creation undone by sometimes mere seconds of destruction. It pleases her greatly, and by association, you, because she forces a bunch of dopamine to release in your brain.
I want for nothing more than her pleasure.
All right. Could you imagine if your significant other could just make dopamine appear in your brain? Oof, that'd be
That's
rough.
dangerous.
Oh my god.
That'd be rough. Oh my god.
That's a
Ugh.
recipe for addiction.
Mhm.
Exactly.
So, okay. I will read to you the text of what you found down in the basement. Now that the doors have been removed and all of that good stuff. Let's see. There was a skeleton of worth and note on his body was a ring, a pair of gauntlets with kind of hefty gauntlets of thick leather with metal skulls on each of the knuckles, and a sword that is constantly covered in a sheen of sparkling ice. There was 3 alcoves down there. The first contained 10 iron coffers, of each of which is also locked, because again, in the Third Age of Magic, they were horny AF for, lockpicking. Let's see. There is the second alcove seems to be a private place for study. It is full of office supplies, as it were. Mixed in amongst those office supplies are a handful of books, including several books of naughty illustrations. You could easily get from the supplies here a forgery kit and a calligrapher set. And the books that are here are simply books about the history of the area. There is a book of myths and legends. And there is a book of local monsters. Now, these could be wildly out of date, and they could be written with a bit of a skewed attitude towards if depending on who wrote them. But those are the topics covered by the books in the collection. And let's see, in the a little disturbing. Amongst the paperwork that you find in the study alcove, you do find not so much journal entries, but like short story fan fiction that Amory Vrath wrote about himself. And he describes himself as the Giant Slayer. And it basically goes on to talk about the many war crimes that he committed against the indigenous forest giants at the time and their descendants, the Firbolgs. So some problematic materials as well. And then the third alcove contained only that single large trunk. And did you guys crack open that trunk, or did you just pull the trunk out to the surface?
We had not opened it yet.
All right, fantastic. Okay, so that kind of catches you up on the situation downstairs. Also, you are the proud owner of some masterwork dwarven locks, DC 30 to open. Pretty good. I mean, in D and Done, 5% chance of opening it no matter what, so I guess they're still worthless. But still, I mean, pretty cool. My heart. Okay, so what's the order of operations here, guys?
I mean, first we need to have Barnabas go over what exactly is safe to handle.
As far as I know so far, nothing has hurt me. I mean, we should be careful opening any treasure chest. I think that is always with wise prudence. But I think time is of the essence for one other thing, and I tried to find Rafina after the struggle. We lost the Fomorian in the fight. Sorry for killing your Fomorian. But this does propose a new opportunity. I have been led to believe that Fomorian eyes are very valuable and powerful, and if it would not offend you, I would like to harvest the Fomorian and gain some use from its death.
Oh, wow. Rafina looks down at you, and she says, I understand that it took a lot for you to think to ask how I felt about this, and I think that that is a tremendous sign of personal growth from you. But of course, it is only wise to use whatever resources are available from a fallen foe or slain beast. I held no love for Slugstor or her people, so I think in a way, Walkernaw knew such a fate awaited her, and in her own way, I think she knew as well.
Yes, as I recall, the last time Walkernaw assaulted this base, many giant lives were lost.
We all know the risks of what we do, or we all should know.
Yes. In war, there are many risks.
I'll help
mean,
you
none-
harvest the creature later. But
Fantastic.
it's not going to rot that fast, right?
I don't know.
I mean, you guys are in Fantasy Florida, so the answer is it will rot pretty quickly, and
Plus
it
bugs.
will also attract a lot of things. Like bugs, large bugs, and other types of predators. I mean, if you want to just use it as sort of a honeypot to catch more animals and more prey, you could certainly do that. That would just be represented by some, survival checks and camping activities, essentially.
I'd like to think with my nature proficiency, I know that most things like carrion eaters go for the eyes first, so we want to get to that.
Okay.
Guy would look over like a proud father at Barnabas asking permission. My God, we've come a long way from Denevar.
What happened in Denver?
Yet this is the same guy that, in between sessions, while you were lugging the chest up the ladder, suggested that you guys should desecrate the bodies of your slain opponents by crucifying them all around the keep to send a message. So
Baby steps, baby steps.
yeah, baby steps indeed. They were worried about a small skelly boy from the Feywild, but they had their own little man here already planning things.
That's right.
Can't have
Yeah.
too much evil in one place.
Fair enough. Okay.
Guy would eye around for Gerard because we're missing Orion now, and as soon as he catches Gerard and Manette, he would ask, "By any chance, are you any good at extracting, but for lack of a better term, ingredients from magical creatures?"
Oh, did Orion leave already? In character.
Well, we'll say he's still here until the long rest.
Okay, it's Gerard
Yeah,
wants to
yeah.
thank him
Yeah.
personally because he's the only one that saw originally of the party. Who
But
said
he's
that.
he's definitely distracted, either by his PTSD from murder or from a small birdie that he was talking to earlier.
You know, I'm
Not-
trained in
Not
such
not too
things,
unusual
guys.
because he talks to animals all the time.
Okay.
Layla's the one that's the
That's fine.
actual expert in this, so she's
Oh,
the
yeah.
teacher.
And to answer a guy's question, yes, of course, I can assist if you need me.
And I will provide help and guidance.
Oh,
Well-
perfect.
Let me at least. I'm curious. Just give me 5 minutes.
Okay.
She's just
Take your time.
picked up a lockbox and she's just turning it around in her hand.
Oh,
She's just
you hear
she's so
coins.
curious as to how fucking hard this thing would be to open. She's just
I'm very
tapping it
excited
and
for these.
stuff.
You hear coins clanking around inside as you turn it left and right.
She is abso-fucking-lutely, as they head up to the Fomorian body, just gonna fucking try to just out of her curiosity use her lockpick set on it, just as I just gotta see if I can do this.
Okay. Give me that real quick then.
Can I offer her guidance before she rolls?
Yes. You rush over and you slap her on the back, and she gets a +1.
Power. I'll just roll, I guess, Dex, and then just add 3 for proficiency.
Is that owl talking?
What is the
no.
verbal components for guidance according to Solasta read? It's you can do it to or some shit like that. So you shout the words and you slap her on the back, and Yeah, Layla, this obviously the only way to open this is with magic. Duh. The only way. There's no way that anyone could be good enough lockpick to open this.
Rolls eyes.
Yeah.
She saw the other ones and she was like, "Man, those are fucking professional." She was just wondering if these ones are as high grade. So she sighs and she'll just put it in her. She'll just slide the one lock. It's small, right? Like a bank lockbox. She said basically.
Yeah.
So she'll just put the one like in her pack because it's pretty small and just kind of
Yeah.
slide it in there. And then look at the Fomorian because it probably took her a while because she was walking and doing it. And just,
Oh god.
and just go, "Oh, we're here. Okay. So you're
Alright.
wanting what? The feet and
Let's
the
get-
eyes?
I didn't say anything about feet.
The eyes. I know. The feet can wait. Layla.
All right. Give me a knowledge nature or knowledge history to see if you can remember and identify the most useful things to get off of this creature. Ooh, very nice. Okay, so Fomorian eyes. The only one of them has the magic. That's the really big one. And if you extract it well, once per day, you can use an action pointed at a creature within 30 feet of you, and they have to make a charisma save, taking 4d8 psychic on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. So it's like a once per day laser beam can be fired out of the eyeball.
Awesome.
Additionally, you can collect their stomach bile, and it is a poison that, when consumed, it halves your speed. It essentially gives you the D and done slow status. So it halves your
God.
speed. Yeah, it halves your speed, and people have advantage on attacks against you. And it lasts for a while, 1 hour. And then
We have to keep
finally,
that.
you
That's
can look for a pristine giant toe, which is the material component, which is the main component in making a potion of giant strength.
Oh.
Wait. The feet are actually useful. Oh my god. Of
Yeah.
course I knew this out of character.
Okay.
I'm playing through it.
All right, so what we're gonna do is you're gonna make one check, and then that will cover everything. You're not gonna check each thing, but each thing has its own increasing DC. So the higher your result, this would be. Do you have harvesting kit? Or harvesting tool?
I'm
Okay,
trained
yeah.
in it. I don't know what stat I need to use for it though.
It's normally dexterity.
Okay. So we'll just do the same thing we did last roll.
Okay.
And I'm getting, I guess, assistance on this.
Yes.
Okay. So advantage, +3 is 23, plus a d4.
Oh, very
25.
nice. Okay.
25 total.
25 is enough. You have extracted a perfectly intact Fomorian's Cursed Eye. I will need to make a item for you for it, but for now, know that once per day, we'll say I'll set it to recharge at dawn, or maybe I'll just set it for long rest. Yeah, we'll set it for long rest. We'll do once per long rest. It can fire a 4d8 psychic beam that is guaranteed damage, and they can save for half. And then you get a pristine Fomorian giant toe, which, when combined with a few other ingredients, can be used to craft a potion of Fomorian giant strength, which is a 23. So that's a pretty good strength score from a potion. And then you do collect the stomach bile, and let me see how many doses of that you managed to get. Oh my! All right, you get enough to poison 5 medium creatures. So I'll go ahead and I will craft those items in Foundry real quick, so you don't stress them. Just don't worry about it. I got it.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, Trash. Are these hobgoblins? Are they dead or unconscious?
I think you took some of them alive, so you may want to kind of get them restrained and stuff.
Yeah, Fallon was going to do that.
Okay.
Sure, it'll help you.
Little known secret, Gerard. For Layla, if you ask anyone else to do something that she's good at, she'll hop on it. But if you ask her to do it, she'll punch you in the dick.
Is that how it works?
Thank you for
Layla
the
looks
warning.
at you, looking like Dexter, just covered in Fomorian gore up to her elbows. and just narrows her eyes at you.
That eye isn't working anymore, right? Like the whole ugly thing?
I don't know, I may have messed it up. Do you need me to find out?
No, it's okay. I just remember last time. I don't want to see the hag again.
And the Fomorian eye was like the bigger of the two eyes.
Yes.
Okay. Like, how do I fit that in my empty eye socket?
It is, God, it is probably the size of a very big cantaloupe.
Wait, do we have to put it in our eye socket, or can we just have
You
it
know what?
like, as
It's
a
the
weapon?
size of a dodgeball. That's about how, you know, like how you can palm, how a normal person could palm a dodgeball. Like, it's like that big.
I mean, it sounds like a pretty cool new spell focus to me.
I would also allow it to use the spell focus, sure. Yeah.
Guy would help Gerard check up on Megan Paprika as well. A famed, acclaimed, and beautiful new pets of the party.
Oh, yes.
Especially in the missing case of a horse named Donkey, though his vial is still with us, and it is disgusting.
All right, Layla, I'm going to put the eyeball on your sheet. There you go.
Hermes is going to start searching the corpses of the fallen hobgoblins.
I guess I
Wait,
should
go
have
on.
set it up to actually do something, huh? My bad. Hold on, I'll delete it and do it again.
Assuming no one asked for it, she would just
Okay.
probably just keep it because it seems useful.
Guy is proficient in Poisoner's Kit.
You are welcome to have those.
Just as proficient as he is with cooking. No correlation. Coincidence.
So Crash, I don't know how much of a stickler we are for this, so I just want to reiterate that when Jert was out there scouting, on the way back, he just runs by the backside of the keep to pick up the weapon he threw.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
So, in my younger days, when I didn't have like a family and a really tough day job and I wasn't running 5 games, I would have been totally on top of that gotcha stuff where, like, 2 sessions later you'd go for your weapon, I'd be like, well, actually, but I'm too tired and old for that. So I appreciate you remembering. Very, very cool. Yeah. So
All right, cool.
you would love playing with David. David is all about that. David will be like, I would have fired my bow, but I didn't buy any more arrows in town. And everyone's like, what are you fucking talking about? He's like, well, I track my arrows and I'm out. And everyone's like, you do what? What do you do? Yeah, like, yeah,
Hell
it'd
yeah,
be,
dude.
he is a precious and wonderful boy and a crown jewel player if you ever get a chance to have him in your games. Absolutely phenomenal. But yes, you go and grab your weapon. Awesome. Appreciate it. All right. So yeah, you approach and you feel that this B team duo has some strange otherworldly agency to them suddenly, as if they maybe aren't the B team just yet. Just yet.
The B team token's like transparent.
Yeah.
What is this power?
Let's see. Now you have a functional item that should do shit. Cool. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm still making stuff. I will answer questions as you ask them, but this is totally the ball's in your court. I'm just making items in the background and ready to answer questions as you explore the remains of the keep and the captives and the loot and all that stuff.
Barnabas, do we know what the ring did? I remember we were
yeah, no.
looking at the gauntlet and the sword, but I don't remember the ring.
I have not yet finished the ritual. Before we do that, maybe we gather all the equipment from all the hobgoblins, especially that swordmaster. I'm not sure if any of that's magical, but I can at least do these 3 items.
Did we leave them alive for a reason, or are we simply going to execute them?
I don't see any purpose. We're not going to get useful information out of them.
Still, they have to know something.
We're more likely to find something on their person than extract useful information from them.
I guess you're right. I wouldn't feel comfortable. No, never mind. Never mind.
If you have qualms with executing prisoners, I will take care of it.
So lovely weather, Gerard.
Yes, I should like to get better acquainted with those who saved my friend.
Of course! And guy would walk in on that conversation with Gerard, hand arm in arm.
Absolutely no patience or sympathy for these hobgoblins that are trying to invade the Vale.
Yeah.
Well, it would be interesting to see their religious or rhetoric and see what sort of things they spout when we try to question them. But
Sure, I'd be happy to try to break them.
it's what, Gert, you're the one that can understand them?
He pokes his head out of the room over here.
Can't you somewhat understand them?
Yeah, I can. I
I
can
can
speak and understand Goblin.
I believe that pain is a universal language.
He, Jert looks at you and kind of raises an eyebrow. That's
Well,
interesting.
I don't really see a need to extract anything from them. I just... It'd also be less cruel to just kill them while they're sleeping.
I think if they wake up, what they're going to say is along the lines of, "Oh, our ancient power is returning to your world. We will finish what we started.
I'm just
You will
wanting
not
some
be stopped this
context
time."
clues from it, that's all. But
Yeah, that was a good
you're
summary.
right. I
So
might
we
not-
should at least wake up only one of them.
Sure. Do you want me to wake up one of them right now so we can skip the delay?
By all means. And Danlin will take a step back to allow Guy to do his Guy thing.
Guy will walk up, pour from his pocket, do a shake, and he's going to put his hottest pepper drink that wakes up drunks on their face.
Okay. All right. Which one are you doing this to?
Oh man, let's see what their names are.
Oh,
Oh, man,
gracious,
Barnabas.
he's unstoppable.
Oh, unintended then.
They're already on the bed.
Okay. Let's see. Unintended. Did I grab the right file here?
I mean, loquacious is a term that means they like to talk a lot, so...
All right. So you wake up unintended. Unintended. She looks around, and she cries out in Goblin. And she cries out for help in Goblin. She says, "So, Jert, your ability is full proficiency or functional proficiency?"
Here, she's my study target, so I can actually understand their language. I'll put it in chat right
Okay.
now.
I also have comprehend languages going, and thus will also understand.
Oh, very
hell
nice.
yeah. You'll love to see it. Here it is. It also now gives me bonuses to attack at level 6.
Okay. You also learn to communicate basic words. So like, you know,
She's calling for help, right? So I would
yeah.
understand that.
So you understand like concepts more than like full conversations. It's the equivalent of like that ability is the equivalent of you're backpacking across Europe, you're riding the train into a new country, and you just kind of cram the most important stuff into your head before you get off the train. So like
so
you
can I Vive to use it as a backup for his comprehend language since he can speak it? Can I use my basic understanding to give him advantage in his interactions?
But you're definitely doing like together ape strong, like when you're communicating.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm just gonna look big and strong since I'm the dude that threw her out of the fucking window.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. So Guy, this is what she says. She calls out for help and she says, "Bloodlord, where are you? Bloodlord, please." And then she kind of looks around. She sees so many of you. She doesn't see like any like allies. She sees another unconscious hobgoblin over there. She sees the well-maintained Blade Master is slain over there, and you see her just kind of like slump a bit with her her morale kind of like drops as she looks around and sees all that. She says nothing else, assuming, of course, that you idiots could never understand the goblin language. Jared,
I
that's, your,
will let that.
that's your line, Jared.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess Jert will step up and then move behind Guy, since Guy's going to take the lead on this one.
Okay.
And then he's just going to cross his arms, stand there, look broad-shouldered and scary, and then look up at the roof where they fell on, and then just look down at her with an intimidation look to give him advantage on his interaction.
Okay. She follows your eyes to the roof and looks at you, and her jaw seems set.
And he says, in Goblin Basic, no help coming.
Okay. Goblin basic. I'm into it. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. She says to you, she looks surprised when you say goblin words. She says, no help is needed. I failed in battle. We all did. But that doesn't matter. For a great power comes to your world.
He looks at Guy and then just kind of smiles like, yep, you're right.
Soon, it will wash across these lands like a great flood coming down from the mountains in an early spring. All the land will be bathed in blood, and a new order will rule over this and all other lands.
Guy,
Yeah.
what's she saying?
She says something about blood and springs and, thing coming down from...
Exactly what I already said.
Yep, basically.
Yes, you're right. Don't be a smartass.
No, but very quickly, could you ask them how they got here?
Yeah. He's gonna try to think of the words. And I think the question he wants to ask to get the right answer is, can he say or ask who brought you here? Or how you got here? Or is that too far for him?
You could say like who follow, or who you follow, or
like your boss.
who lead, things like that. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what he'll ask, and then also who's your boss, and then I guess he'll imply Koth boss because there's somebody above him.
She says, Bloodlords lead. Bloodlords will destroy all of you. And she kind of closes her eyes in a sort of a zealous state of contentment.
He just says, Bloodlord, run away.
She opens her eyes again, and she says, the Red Hand never flees, only regroups.
Where? And he's gonna roll an intimidate check.
Okay.
I will help.
Thanks. I didn't know Comprehend doesn't let you speak. It only lets you understand.
Yeah, but you could look
Is that how that
intimidate.
works?
Yeah. Comprehend lets you understand. But as far as you intimidating, guys just kind of like standing there,
Yeah, no,
putting
I
the force of his
misunderstood.
charisma down. Yeah.
I thought I was gonna be helping him. I didn't know Comprehend doesn't let him speak.
All right, so give me that intimidation.
Yeah, sure. All right, so advantage then since he's helping. Here we go.
Okay. All right. Let me roll.
Imagine Guy kind of copying traits from her, trying to get something is uneery.
She says, north and west, you're free to go. Death waits for you. Some of you will make good slaves, and others will provide some use. As she eyes the delicious mousekin off in the courtyard, looking very sad and somber.
I don't think we're going to get much more out of her.
But who let them into this world? They have to have had a reason now.
Isn't it the same way Jert stumbled his way back?
Yes.
How'd you get back here?
Yeah.
Oh fuck! His eyes go vacant for a moment.
That's exactly that's when I asked him last time, and this happened again. What I'm trying to ask is why now? It's like there's something thin, like it's being pierced. Same thing at the farm. suddenly the whole veil goes thin and old gods start.
Well, what is the celebration in Drellin's Ferry? Is it not like some kind of solstice celebration or something?
I don't think it is. I think it's just a festival.
Well,
Yeah, it's just a festival.
we've
Would I
done
know
some.
if it coincides with anything in like the natural world, like equinox and shit like that, or
Does the upcoming festival
yeah?
have to do with anything?
Like,
Oh man,
happen
that would
to
be
fall
that would be
in
some
the
amazing
fall
writing. That'd be some amazing writing on my part. No. It's just a seasonal thing that they have to sort of kind of celebrate before it gets brutally hot and humid because Fantasy Florida. So like
Okay.
May is kind of the last hurrah before the environment just starts punching you in the dick and the throat every time you come out of your house.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's not already at like 90 fucking.
Right. Yeah.
Tomorrow's
It's
gonna suck.
Could you ask them how long they've been here?
He's still
Yeah.
vacant.
He snaps out of it. Yeah, sorry. How long, be here?
she smiles, seeing you struggle with her language,
Mm.
and she says, "Long enough to know this will be very easy."
He looks around. Counts on his fingers. How many rounds was that? Like 4, guys?
Yeah, sounds about right.
30 seconds. And then he just gestures to the room around him and all of her dead allies.
Mhm.
And just says 30 seconds.
As
Just
a
check Hoover, am I wrong?
as a trained warrior who was literally birthed on the battlefield and had her first kill at 18 months.
Jesus.
This is listen. Before
man.
before Modern Cadence, okay, before Monsters of the Multiverse, hobgoblins were some hardcore motherfuckers, okay. So yeah, like this is a warrior culture. There's no distinction between men and women. So like women are out there fighting like Conan's mama. They're out there on the battlefield, 8 months pregnant. They're doing it.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's a warrior caste society. So she just nods and says, "Battles move fast. Yes. You were lucky,
Lucky again.
but you are few, and we are legion,
How many?
countless."
Narrows his eyes.
Wait, so is Jert translating this for everyone else to hear, or is it just for him and Guy?
Guy,
Well, yeah, Guy is doing like professional translator services. So he's very quietly kind of like repeating what she says. She understands what's going on with the translation. So she's actually speaking in a pace and cadence to allow Guy. She wants you guys to know this information. She's okay. Like, this is not you extracting this information is your takeaway. Like, she's just like, sure, here you go.
Yeah, so he turns to Guy and says, I don't think we're going to get much more out of it. What else do we want to know? Anyone?
I'd like to know where they're getting into the world from.
I'd like to know what their plans are.
Oh, we know their plans. They're gonna wipe out our people.
I meant currently, right now they've been stationed here, but we don't know where else.
We need
Alright.
to know how familiar they are with Drellin's Ferry and when they were planning to attack.
Alright, so the first question I'll ask is, where is Fedor?
She just stares at you, and she shrugs.
Insight.
Probably.
Okay, yeah.
Is she hiding it, or does she just not know? Or is it irrelevant to what she was thinking about because she's just a soldier?
Now, for a monster, I mean, she impressively actually has training and skills, but deception is not one of them.
Radical.
But you you can't tell if she shrugged like she doesn't remember, or it was of little consequence to her, or she doesn't really understand what you're asking.
I don't know how to ask them how much they know about Drellin's Ferry. I don't know enough of the language.
Could Thalen walk up and he wants to pull out a pair of shackles and pull out his longsword and just gesture it both to her and just sort of have her choose, essentially?
Oh. She smiles at you so warmly and with so much gratitude, and she points to the sword, and then she says to you, Guy, she says, is this one offering me an honorable death? I would gladly fight him. For my freedom or for my final end?
Don't dull your blade on this one. Just throw her off the cliff.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no, Barnabas, if we're going to do this...
She doesn't know what Barnabas said, but she kind of looks over at him, and she says to you, Guy, my people also have need of evil small folk.
Guy whips around on Thanlin as he begins to say, don't you even start that you're going to give an honorable duel. She just got done talking about how she'd keep us as slaves. You're going to give her a credence. She would not give you the same gratitude if you were in her position.
But I'm not in her position.
We
It's
aren't
my
them.
choice. Besides, it's what a knight would do.
Oh. He's so sweet.
Also,
I
I think Thanlin ran the math. He knows there's no way he could
Yeah,
lose
yeah,
the fight
yeah,
against
Fine. You can have your little honorable duel.
Okay.
Too bad we didn't learn anything.
Dirk's gonna block this door. Just to make sure that they don't run away in the middle of the fight. He doesn't think they will, but just in case.
Okay. All right, so
And you know what? He's not going to use his shield.
oh shit. Okay.
He's going to just two-hand his longsword.
All right. We'll handle this pretty simply because I know you could win this fight, and hobgoblins fight better with allies. So you're really at no threat. So I'm just gonna have her make an attack, and you're gonna make an attack, and that will pretty much narrate how the fight went. Even if she somehow rolls better than you on the attack, it just means that she put up an incredible fight before the end. So, does that work for you?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Here we go. Okay, so she came in with a 19.
That's my armor class exactly.
Okay, that's pretty respectable then.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and your roll is? Ooh. Okay. So in the end, she does manage to land some hits on Thanlin. But Thanlin does in the end. How do you finish her off?
A simple sword through the heart. And
Oh,
before
shit.
she falls, he catches her and lies her gently on the floor.
Okay. As she chokes out her life's blood, she says in Goblin, "Thank you," and then closes her eyes and dies. I guess just take 8 damage.
Okay.
I hope your principles don't get you killed someday, Thanlin.
And
Oh,
Thanlin, go ahead and take a DM inspiration for that one, because that was pretty dope. Pretty dope.
Okay.
Watching this exchange, those of you who have studied the 9 alignments, it is clear to see that these creatures are lawful evil. They have a code. They respect order over chaos and are very organized. But they have no compassion or sympathy or perhaps even empathy for non-hobgoblins, or maybe even each other, based on how like military caste they are. and they keep slaves. So that's pretty fucking evil.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Just to clarify that, if there was any questions, yeah.
I wonder if they'd give the same message to any of their slaves. Are we gonna wake up the other one? I think we'd get the same answers.
No. Cut the third and let's be done with it.
I agree.
Do we want to wait for the Magical to come back and ambush it, or do we want to leave before it does?
I don't think it's coming back. It's smart enough to know. This is a lost cause.
Put that flag on the top of the base. He'll probably get the idea. There's nothing waiting for it here.
Agreed.
But, do we strip all the hobgoblins of their equipment?
Not a bad idea. They got great equipment.
How intelligent are Manticores? We know they're pretty smart, right?
They're about as smart as a 5th edition human, give
Yeah.
or take. Yeah,
So-
a little bit dumber, a little bit more bestial, but
If this thing has any loyalties to its people, it could track us back to Drellin's Ferry and attack the people from the skies.
Perhaps we should make our way back to town.
I
So
agree.
if we go back to town, it could track us there, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
Then we rest here in the tower for the night, strip the hobgoblins, go through our lock boxes and our chest, and sort everything out.
Layla, if this is in fact a flying apex predator, it more than likely is aware of any settlements nearby already. The Manticore.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
the point Jared is making is that it's not that it wouldn't be aware already, but that it might feel some kind of
it's a
if
kind
it's
of
as smart
like
as a person.
vengeance kind of thing.
Exactly, because it's a human,
Okay.
a human level intelligence. So
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
Have a bite
So
and wait till this all blows over.
yeah. Where are we in its hunting schedule? What time is it?
gosh, I would say as all this time has passed, we're getting closer to 2 o'clock when it would generally be coming back from its hunting. So I'll go ahead and advance the tracker a little bit more. There we go.
Gerard and I likely can make a bait if we want to hunt it tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, if it doesn't come back tonight,
Oh.
then we'll cross that bridge tomorrow.
Koth has already got away, unfortunately, so...
Yes, and I'm still confused on how he traveled into wherever he came from, whether it be the Dark or the Fae. Jert, you really don't remember how you got back, huh?
He's gonna just come sit on this rock over here. I remember a little bit. The horrifying pain that preceded my arrival. I was in the middle of a fight of some kind.
You don't remember what you were fighting?
Do I crash?
I was about to ask you.
Because I know what it was. Oh, here. I'll message you real quick.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the thing I was going for was like the weird how outsiders, when they die, they sometimes return to their regular plane, and kind of played on that for him.
Ah, okay. That might be what you think happened.
Yeah.
But basically, you fell in battle and you woke up at the edge of the woods, closest to, and Drellin's Ferry was the closest settlement.
Okay, so he remembers what he thinks happened, which is that he was in that fight and then died.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, he looks up to a guy and says, "Are you familiar with the Jabberwock?"
The Jabberwock.
I would say, as a bard living in an area that borders the Feywild as strongly as it does, you have heard of such creature. With the literal poem being a like a spooky ballad that sometimes you are requested to sing.
Sure.
All I remember is the flash of its teeth and then nothing. I woke up on the edge of the forest back here. Years passed, I don't know how many.
Right, but it was a real forest, right?
I think so. It's been hard for me to gather what is real now that I'm back, but I think so. The Witchwood, probably.
Ah, boy. It's... I can't help but... Look, Judd, there's a lot of things about what's going on here that I need to know if it's, another plane, if it's something else, if it's a false creation. Were you trapped? Were you in just another world? Did you do something, make an enemy, and then they sent you there? Did you accidentally trigger a trap?
He remembers how he got there, right? Like all everything that preceded that, or no?
Right. You went looking for your friend in the woods.
Yep. Okay, so he does remember.
Yeah.
Okay. He says, I was a boy. I went looking for Erina in the trees, and I never found her. When I came back out, I wasn't home anymore.
Right, and then you fought a Jabberwocky.
No, I lived there for years.
How did you survive in the Feywild as a child?
He smiles, a little bit of a soft smile, and says, I met someone who taught me how to survive. The same person who, since I'm not dead, I don't know. Maybe they jumped in front of me, saved me, but they were there when I fought the Jabberwock too.
You remember the face?
Only vague flashes. But if I saw them again, I would.
Okay. Anyone listening to the story, if you are trained in Arcana, you may make an Arcana, Arcana check to see if you can kind of piece this together. If two of you are trained, I will take advantage if you guys put your coconuts together. So, and yes, Guy is trained in all skills because Bard.
Yo.
So, do you assist? Do you and Barnabas kind of like
I would
do you kind
assist
of?
Barnabas.
All right, so you crouch down. You guys are like, well, it could be this.
We
It could be
soundboard.
that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Your suspicion is that there is or are the following things that Baby Jert ran into: a fairy ring, which is to say a ring of stones or mushrooms, so the most popular objects that they're made out of, that essentially is a primal magic permanent teleportation circle that basically just goes from one location to the other. Normally, they're very close to each other in the overlapping cosmology of the Feywild and the Prime Material. Option number 2, there was a thin spot. Basically, this particular region, Elsir Vale, is very close to the Feywild. There is a lot of overlap. That is why the Witchwood is the way it is because there are parts of the Witchwood where it is so close to the Feywild that they overlap almost. And more than likely, while wandering, he wandered through, and it just bad luck took him so long to wander back out. The other option is that there could have been a portal, which is to say any sort of archway or doorway or circular construction that he passed through while carrying a portal key. It's not necessarily a key, but it is an item that the portal reacts to, and that is how he accidentally went in there. Those are the 3 most likely things. The 4th one would be that a fey creature found him. They love human children, both to eat and to mess with, and they probably lured him in and took him back with them. And he might not remember because of the nature of enchantment, charm, and illusion magic and fey magic in general. So those are all things based on his story that could have been how he went back and forth.
Yeah.
And 3 of them do attest to there being essentially a permanent passage from one to the other.
Right.
Yeah.
And if a Fae did take him, they could always pose as a mentor.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
Oh, don't hurt my heart like this.
Oh.
But if
Yeah.
I mean, Fae love to play tricks, even if they have the best intentions when doing so.
We may someday want to try to retrace your steps and see if there is a portal, because we may someday have to take this war onto their front.
Whoa, careful. That's talking about going down to the plane. Baby steps first. When did you get back? Time, dates, weeks?
A couple of weeks. A couple of weeks before I met you, at most.
Weeks.
It's barely been a month.
Barely been a month.
Okay, so those of you who live in Drellin's Ferry, or have been in Drellin's Ferry frequently, you've never seen or heard of Jerk Bandit.
Yeah. Guy
Yeah.
as well as aware of the social structure and
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah, as a bard, you would have heard of a dashing, tall, mysterious anime ranger by now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay, and you weren't wandering forests or anything like that, but whenever you got back to this world?
And sure, you and Thanlin are about the same age. And Thanlin, you don't remember Jert as a child or anything either.
Yeah,
Like,
I
you
remember
know-
every face in Drellin's Ferry.
Yeah.
Every face.
Every face. Yeah. Including that one bully that used to beat you up and take your candy money every time you were on the way to the general store to get candy. You know, and she still lives in town, but, you know, she later admitted she had a crush on you. I don't know how that turned out. That's a story for another day. But
The captain.
The captain.
yeah, but when you were younger, the captain was like twice your size and like real beefy, you know? And yeah. Anyways, that's all. That's the story of Thanlin and his childhood. That will be covered in a Hulu television series or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right. So Jert looks to you, answer your question, guy, and he says, "To be honest, I didn't feel safe or comfortable anywhere outside of a forest. I grew up, and so I stayed there for a week or two, and that's when I ran into Orion and Layla.
If it was a week or two, would you know the difference? If it was a year?
Yes, I trained my mind while I was in the Fae. I remember every leaf, every tree, every path I've ever walked. Parentheses, at least for 30 days.
Guy would like put his head down in the kind of way that a parent would, and then bring it up and say, "All right. Well, I'm sorry that happened to you." And he wipes a brow of sweat off of his forehead and breathes a sigh of relief. Though you may not know exactly why he would do that.
Okay.
All right, a month ago. Good. So something's going on, obviously. Something's ugly. Maybe the Ghost Lord would know. If we can get Walk or not to get in contact with him. If we would believe anything that that wicked druid would say. In either case, we've got the information that we have, and we can think on that, Judge. And if anyone else has more ideas, that would be perfect. But we need to be equipped in case that Manticore comes back. If anyone has anything else, we should check out what that is. All right, Barnabas, what do we have?
I will begin the 10-minute process of ritual casting Identify.
Okay, and everybody else dumps everything into a pile. All right.
Yep.
Amongst all of the peeps that you were able to kill, none of them had any magical equipment. Though the sword is magical, and there is definitely magic inside that big old chest or trunk that you guys hauled out of the third alcove, and the gloves are magical. It seems that whatever badassery was going on with that dude's action economy and his sword was a result of training.
Oh my god.
But if you do want a dope-ass Sephiroth-looking greatsword, he had it.
I don't. But my
I mean,
backup
you have a
character
craftsman, so every item is potentially redonkulously cool. So, I mean...
might. Yeah, that's true. He can
Yeah.
turn swords into boomerangs. I mean,
So every hobgoblin was wearing lamellar armor, and I would say that with time, tools, and a little bit of mending, mending can't solve all your problems. You could repair that lamellar armor. Lamellar armor is an exotic item. so there's not too many people that know how to use it or would be, excited about it. But if you could find interested buyers, it does have a decent market value of like 125 gold per suit. And it does provide 17 armor class. It's a heavy armor that is a bit lighter than plate mail, and but that is part of why it requires that exotic proficiency to use. So each of them has a suit of those. They do weigh 65 pounds apiece, those suits of armor. Every hobgoblin carries a dagger, a longbow, a quiver of arrows, and some of them had basic witch healing potions. Let me check if any of them did not get a chance to drink their basic witch healing potions. And then they would also have, if you search the place enough, you would probably find a supply chest that has, we'll say, two extra sets of lamellar armor. Basically, like 2 more loadouts worth of stuff. In total, between the surviving hobgoblins and what they had in their supplies, 8 basic witch healing potions.
God damn.
All right, now you guys killed both the little gerblins, right? The little gerblin skirmishers.
Yeah, I fireballed
Yeah.
them. And
Okay. So each of those cuties had, or between the 2 of them, you guys get 28. Let me double check. Hold on. I might be giving them way too many. 28 arrows, but again, we don't really care about that. But the special arrows is what I'm looking for. All right, goblin skirmishers, fire arrows.
You said 28
Okay.
arrows, right?
28 arrows, 2 quivers off of the 2 gerblins. Each of the gerblins has a gerblin specific weapon called the dog slicer. This is a short sword that deals slashing damage. Honestly, it doesn't make that much of a difference, but I guess if you were playing in a very Giphy or A5E game where damage type makes actually a huge difference, a slashing sword is pretty cool. And let's see. Flame arrows. That's what I was looking for. I think they only got a chance to fire 1 of their flame arrows in the whole fight. It looks like so.
I think there were 2.
2. Oh, okay, I see. So 8 flame arrows. And I will go ahead, because these are items that you have a lot of. Let me go ahead and you guys should have access to D8 potions of healing under player resources. And I'll go ahead and move those fire arrows to the player resources as well. And then you could pull, whoever is keeping track of the stuff can pull out as many as they need. There we go. Looks like flame arrows are in there for you guys.
Would anyone mind if I take the arrows, unless someone else wants to use it?
feel free. I
You
think with
leave
Orion
1 or
gone
2 for
for
Orion.
Yeah.
You're right.
Just leave
You're
him
right.
1, but you're gonna use them.
No. In that case, then yeah, he can have it all.
Gerard, do you use a bow?
I'm not a very good shot. Minette here is much better with a bow.
Maybe save some from her.
Okay, and then let me see if they had anything special, if any of them had any flavorful drops. So here we go.
Ooh, me and Gerard immediately pick up flavor.
Yeah. That's rough. Okay, so one of them tucked under the bed over here. You don't know who it belonged to, but tucked under the bed over here is a bloody sack. Inside is the severed head of a shadow elf.
Oof. We should probably take that.
I think
With Queen.
we can probably tell her about the head. I don't think she needs or wants to see it.
Fair.
Okay. Let's see. Anything else interesting? You essentially find a copy of The Art of War, written in Goblin.
Ooh.
I can read that to Thandon
Yeah.
as a bedtime story.
These guys are heavy
Oh my
duty heavy duty subscribers. So take Art of War, make it a little more lawful evil, and that's pretty much what this book is about. So there's such helpful advice as when you are given a new leadership position, immediately execute the first insubordinate soldier to show that you have no weakness and no compunctions about punishing those who disobey. And so on and so forth. The importance of wounding enemies rather than killing them, because soft-hearted opponents will waste time and resources on the battlefield dealing with helping their allies rather than fighting, and psychologically, their attention will be diverted from the battle, making them more vulnerable. And so on and so forth. It's chock full of useful tips for being the best murder hobo you could be,
Yeah.
and also lawful evil.
Target
You're
medic.
reading me that book.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would like to.
Ooh, on the Blade Master, you essentially find a samurai mask. So it's like a hideous devil
Shonen?
type mask. Yeah, that you would wear. It is not magical. It just looks super cool. So, this is a great example of one. I'll post it up in the chat. Horns, red face, huge tusks. Kind of has like a bit of an Oni vibe to it. Yeah. You can pick one up for yourself at etsy.com/shop/777. It'd actually be kind of dope to hang in your game room. Wow, looks really good. Anyways,
So is there a goblin named Sun Tzu, or is this a translation?
Oh, for sure, it's a translation. Yeah. You will find if you play in Planescape someday that there are some things that are so universal that they are in almost all worlds and almost all timelines in some form or another. Like I think "Hey Jude," the song "Hey Jude," it somehow is in every world in some form or another. There's just certain things that are just always there because they are so powerful and so influential. They themselves manifest through the mortals of that world to exist, rather than serendipitously mortals somehow invent the same thing every time. A great example of this, going on a tangent, a great example of this is the Deck of Many Things. It is an item that is also an ideal, and so it constantly travels the multiverse and manifests itself over and over and over again. So just certain things are just core memories of the multiverse, you might say.
So what you're saying is we'll meet our own Gordon Ramsays, right?
I mean, maybe. I definitely would. Yeah,
He's
maybe.
right there.
Yeah, right there he is. But yeah, that's kind of the idea there. So.
Imagine the Art of War was part of Barnabas's curriculum growing up.
Yeah, I think most cultures that are relatively successful in military or business would have similar teachings. Yeah.
I think Thandon would like to read that book.
It's in Goblin, whatever that means, but
God
I
damn
can
it.
read it to you at night. I can understand any language given enough time.
IRL, if you have like Audible, it's a great listen. If you go and pick up a copy, it's got a great narrator, and yeah, it's actually some pretty interesting concepts in there.
Yeah, and it's a very good book. Not as much about waging war as you expect it to be.
Well, everything is a war.
Right.
Yeah.
But the indirect war.
Yeah, right. Okay, so what else you guys got? It's in game about 2:00, so you guys, I guess, are starting to check the skies and see if anybody's coming.
Did we ever know what the items were?
The identification of like the sword, the glove.
Yeah, so it would provide the school of magic, but he would then need to actually identify each of them. Is the goal to sit down? Okay, you are actually identifying. Okay,
Yeah.
so then we got off on a tangent. My bad.
I don't have detect magic anymore.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So then you don't detect magic. You just go item by item and cast the spell. So during that time, 10 minutes per item would pass, and then the Manticore would or would not return because time passes. Got it. Okay. Let's see. The sword, the longsword, is a Frostbrand.
And to help him with time,
Hmm.
I'll ritual cast Detect Magic so he doesn't waste time.
Okay, okay. Fair enough. Awesome. So the Frostbrand is a pretty nice staple of Dungeons and Dragons. When you hit with an attack using this magical sword, the target takes an extra 1d6 cold damage. In addition, while you hold the sword, you have resistance to fire. Obviously, this weapon requires attunement. In freezing temperatures, the blade sheds light in a 10-foot radius and dim light in an additional 10 feet. And when you draw this weapon, you can extinguish all non-magical flames within 30 feet of you. But you can only use this property once per hour.
Sweet.
It's a great weapon. The ring is not magical. It is a noble's signet ring. And it is representative of House Vrath.
I'm gonna melt that down and eliminate all history of him.
Oh, damn. Okay. So next up is Gauntlets of Ogre Power.
Oh,
That's
man.
a nice item. That's good. Your strength score is 19 when you wear these. And they do require attunement.
I'd say we give kind of take a look at Jert or yeah, maybe I think Jert or Gerard.
Gerard's weapons are pretty spoken for with Barnabas's crafting, so Gerard's free to take it.
No, friend,
Okay.
I cannot.
Oh.
I'll take him. I love arm wrestling.
Wait, why can't Jert use
So wait,
the
what is-
gauntlets?
If your strength is already like 18, 19, or 20, there's really no reason to take them because
Wait, so these aren't the weapons. Sorry, I thought we were talking about the sword still. So gauntlets,
Yeah,
can I wear those and
ogre
still
power.
wield weapons?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hell
They're
yeah,
yeah,
okay, cool.
they're gloves. Yeah. They just make you have a
Nice.
19 strength. It's a big reason why a lot of people dump strength because most WotC adventures you inevitably find a pair of these gauntlets. So
Yeah. If no one else can use them, they could definitely help me out.
all right, I will
think-
drag them
yeah.
over. These are, I believe, set up to automatically change your stats once you attune and equip them.
Hell yeah, and we're about to long rest, so I'm about to do that.
Mhm.
I would,
Okay.
I'd like
Who's
the,
taking the sword?
I'll take it.
Okay. Thanlin, I'll drag it over to your
I
sheet.
made you a new sword yesterday. It's
just
fine,
old,
it's totally
just,
fine.
just old school D&D. Carry a Casey Jones golf bag around, and
I
fill it
love
up.
it.
Yeah, fill it up with weapons. Yeah, that's how we used to do back in the day.
Pretty efficient quiver for swords.
Honestly, Alona's quiver is a pretty common item in 5th edition, and
love
it can hold shitloads of weapons. Yeah, it
Fuck
it
yeah.
has. Yeah, it's basically a Casey Jones golf bag.
It's one of my favorite magic items.
Layla, what were you saying?
Oh, I was out of character saying I would like Jert to describe his incredible strength changes to his character physique, please.
Oh, they're magic gauntlets. You don't necessarily have to change your physical.
no.
But I'll leave that flavor up to Jerk though.
We want the hot boy to flex.
Layla's disappointed then.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. He's already pretty built, but making his strength a 19, without actually increasing his size would just make the the body fat ratio drop even further, which would make him look large. Oh my goodness, 19 strength. Yeah, I'll take it, man.
Phelan looks over and is like, "You're up there now."
These I've never felt power like this before.
Well, now you know how work feels. Trust me, I felt how work feels. And you're quite strong. He pats your arm and hurts him.
Sorry. Thank you.
He nods, and then he'll look you deep in the eyes, and he'll say, "Do you know who Encore is?"
I don't. Ooh, actually. I don't think so, but I've heard that as a player, I've heard that before. But I don't think Jurt was present for that. But he did eavesdrop on you, but I don't think you used that word. So I think the answer is no, if I recall. No, I don't think so. Is that the bard or an ability that you have?
Guy will take his hand off of you and step a bit away from you. Right. No, it's nothing. Nothing at all. I believe you, though.
I'm an insight guy.
Okay.
What is that about?
Guy, are you poker facing it? If so, toss out a deception.
No, this actually would scare the shit out of Guy.
Okay, then I guess tell Jert what his 19 insight would reveal.
A 19 insight. Damn.
Mhm.
Can I take Jert into the secrets chat?
Sure. Yeah.
Ooh.
All right. So, you still have a locked trunk and 10 small locked lock boxes. It is definitely 2, and you see no sign of the manticore just yet.
Layla, you're talented with lockpicks, aren't you?
I mean, I know how to use them. I tried to open this one lockbox, but
I mean,
I didn't get anywhere with it.
I know how to use lockpick. Oh, sorry.
No. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I know how to use them. I'm not a very dexterous person, and I would love for someone to take over this task and get this trunk open for us. If you would like to try.
Well, why don't we just try together? You take the
Yeah.
technical aspect, and I'll take the more street versed aspect.
Take the lead. I will assist, and I will offer help, action, and guidance if I can.
Slowly.
While they're
Sure.
doing that, can Thanlin walk up to his dwarven companion and ask for his opinion on the matter?
Yeah, sure. As you approach, Stormsteel looks at you and says, "Troubling times, then. Hey."
Yes, you've heard what the hobgoblin said. Thoughts?
They sound like a greater threat than any orcs could ever pose. They sound like a very sure death for a land that's let itself fall into easy peace and a divided community, culture. I mean, there's... Look. This has changed nothing. In fact, it makes me more sure than before that the dwarves will close their doors, and that the elves will leave us. So, how do I feel? I feel worse than before. You prevailed. Of that I had little doubt. I saw the way you fought together. I saw the way you handled Warkelnaw's men, and my own, and me. You have the blood of heroes in you. You're the kind of folk who change the world. But just you is not going to be enough to stop what's coming. I sort of hoped it was. I hoped we'd find that these red-skinned freaks were just another type of orc. One bad day away from turning on each other and going home. But no. What I saw here was discipline. And zealotry. Oh, I'm afraid.
Well, don't fret too much, Umeg, as we work on this chest and we're, trying to pop it open. With these resources, we will mount an army and we will resist them.
Okay. So it looks like you got a 23 on that. This is the chest?
Yes.
Man, 23 is pretty good. Pretty good.
Oh,
What?
you're taunting me.
No, never.
We're about to long rest. Do it.
I can't resist. I'll do it.
Okay. Let's see.
I strain very hard on these lockpicks. I'm very agitated at the fact that I can't get it. And I'm just like, just keep hold, Barnabas. I've almost got it. Okay.
Yeah. Barnabas would also take a cost if it meant getting this thing
She's
open.
just got like veins popping out of her forehead. She's just so
I'm wiping off
agitated.
sweat as just trying to keep it out of her eyes.
Let's see what we got here. Ha! Oh no, injured. Your maximum HP is reduced by 25%. This effect lasts until the end of your next long rest. Alright, so there wasn't a trap on the chest before, but now there is. You dig extra deep, you get that last tumbler that you needed, and you hear as just a series of ancient but yet well-maintained darts flies out and just gets you right in the cheek, almost takes out your eye. They are in deep. You can feel them almost embedded in the bones of your face. It is an excruciatingly painful. You feel like it's so painful that your maximum HP has been reduced by 25%. And even after having it treated, you're going to need a long rest. What a clever trap they had on that chest. Good stuff.
Dart's like shoot to her face and it like pops open. She like flies back from it and she just like looks over and sees Guy, I guess, stepping towards her, and she just like pulls one of the like 14 darts out, drops it on the ground, and says, "Yeah, just pull them out."
No, here, and he sticks his hand down your mouth first, and then starts pulling them out.
As you stick your hand down her mouth, you can see a young giant. A young giant is just taking notes. She's just taking notes about human foreplay. She's just writing it down. When humans perform medicine on each other, first they must inspect the interior of their mouth cavity. Like she's just writing all this down.
And I will note that Layla, with your good insight, he is taking your misfortune as an extremely easy way out of whatever conversation he's having with Jert, and he looks deeply uncomfortable with Jert. And he rushes over to you, sticks his hand down your throat, and then
I bite your hand.
And Jert loses all interest in whatever he was thinking about and just kind of looks the other way like, oh okay.
And I stare at him, just holding my teeth
biting.
on his fucking fingers.
I didn't bite.
Hold it there.
I didn't bite.
Thalen
I'll let go
the whole time.
tentatively.
Stabilize the head so you can pull out
Barnabas, the important part is that the chest is unlocked now, and apparently there was a chest and it's disarmed. So
I'm so glad I didn't get hit by those darts, and I immediately opened the chest gleefully. Not even really paying attention to what happened to Layla. Like, oh, good job.
all right, very nice. Inside the chest, you open it. You're a small boy, and it's a big chest. It's a very young Link moment as you flip the lid and then pop up onto the lip of it and kind of bend over to look inside. If it was a mimic, it would chomp you in half. That's how invested you are on the contents of this chest.
Head first.
When I said that this was a big chest, I was not lying, because this chest was big enough to contain a very short staff. It is diagonally placed within and wrapped in silks. The silks themselves are of blue, white, and silver, and are art pieces all by themselves. They are worth 100 gold pieces. The staff is truly a thing of beauty to behold, and it just thrums with magic. Just looking at it, your eyeballs pulse because of the magic coming off of this thing.
Am I getting Pelor vibes off of it? Kind of like good celestial magic?
You're definitely getting good guy vibes off of it. Your patron would very much like for you to destroy this, and will give you the instructions on how to do so if you are interested. Yeah.
Okay.
I doubt it will come to that because it's a pretty fucking good staff. And I think your practicality might overcome everything else.
Most
so.
likely, yes.
Yeah, we will see. All right. So also inside is a gorgeous chainmail shirt. It seems to be made out of black mithril, the links of which are tiny vines intertwining with each other. It is one of the most beautiful things you've ever seen as a craftsman. And there is a big ass infinity gauntlet looking gauntlet. It just looks like this beefy ass metal gauntlet, but instead of metal, it seems to be made of ironwood. And the softer bits seem to be made of some sort of drake hide.
Cool.
Yep. Also, there is the scrimshod skull of a dragon. And disturbingly, there is a tiny box, and when you open it, there is a string of teeth.
Do they
It
look
looks
like red
looks
cat
to be about 24 teeth.
The teeth resemble red cat teeth at all?
They do not. They seem to be larger and flatter than human teeth, but definitely of a humanoid origin. If you had to guess, you would say that they were like a little bit like a deer and a little bit like a human, but like a bigger sized human.
This is a trophy.
Yeah.
This is Wrath's trophy for killing the Furbolgs. Wow, that was a lot. That's awesome. The staff really particularly catches my interest. I mean, I have suspicions, but we'll have to identify it to be sure.
Do you want to take 10 minutes to identify it?
I'll look around to the group. Are we taking the time now, or we're just setting up camp, right?
I would extract his hand from Layla's mouth only because, as a registered cleric of Palor, he would turn around, obviously seeing the light dimming and shining on the staff. It cannot be.
Is this the staff of Margot?
Perhaps. And he takes the last dart out of Layla's side and then makes his way over. And could I make a history check or whatnot?
Yeah, give me a history check.
I will aid.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, you are confident that this is one of the very legendary weapons of rest wielded by the great and ancient heroes. This is more than likely the Staff of Continuation, which was wielded by Margot Nighthorn, cleric of Palor.
My goodness. To think he was in such an awful place this whole time, and so close to Drellin's Ferry. Yes, this is something that we will be able to make use of. I think your identification would be most appreciated, and I'm unsure if anyone, of course, but I, would be able to see Palor's light. If not, then I say, Layla, you have done a marvelous job at keeping us continuing.
Layla crawls over, stands up.
I present it to Layla. Definitely earned
Not
it.
my style. Little shiny. The armor's pretty though.
You like this beautiful viney chainmail? This black mithril, which is something I've never heard of. And that doesn't happen every day.
All right. So your readout for your detect magic is the staff is in fact a legendary item. It is the Staff of Continuation. So this staff requires attunement by a bard, a cleric, or a druid. The staff has 10 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend one or more of its charges to cast one of the following spells from it using your spell DC and spellcasting ability modifier for your Bard, Cleric, or Druid class. You can cast Cure Wounds for 1 charge per spell level, upcasting it to 4th at the highest. Lesser Restoration for 2 charges. Or Mass Cure Wounds for 5 charges. The staff regains 1d6 plus 4 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, you must roll a d20, and on a 1, the staff vanishes in a flash of light, lost forever. 7 times total. You can use the staff to cast Revivify. Doing so costs no material components. However, it drains all charges from the staff, and the staff does not regain new charges until 3 days have passed. You then roll a d20 rather than a 1. If a 3 or less is rolled, the staff vanishes in a flash of light, lost forever. Okay, so it can be used for emergency revivifies, essentially. But there is a chance then of losing the staff.
Okay.
It's amazing.
All right. So I will go ahead and give it to you. The staff itself seems to be wrought of silver and decorated with all sorts of blue gemstones and iconography of Pelor and the sun.
Guy, are you sure you don't want this thing?
I mean, it is a powerful weapon of old, and it would certainly be in the hands of one of us. I don't require. You've already given up this wand to me.
I know.
If you would take it, I mean, Pelor's already blessed me. I am his favored child. Is that what they call it?
Layla holds up a hand and then puts another hand underneath it. Just goes, rock, paper, scissors me for it.
Now,
What?
it's a small staff by staff standards, so it's more like a big club. So you use simple weapon proficiency for it, but it can be used one-handed, and that grants no versatility bonus for being used two-handed. It deals 1d8 damage plus strength modifier.
Guy looks back at Gerard and looks back at Layla. Are you sure there's a new person here? I don't want to, embarrass you again.
Oh, don't
there's
worry.
part two,
I don't have
cheers.
proficiency in rock, paper, scissors, so...
Oh no.
All right, so you guys are gonna want to do a roll off for it? Is that how you want to represent the paper rock scissors?
Sure!
Yeah, let's
Okay.
do it.
All right, go for it.
Let's do a d20.
Oh, okay. Guy got a 17, but Layla got a 19.
Of course you're going to choose scissors, guy.
What can I say? I'm a big scissors man.
All right.
Very well, I'll take the gaudy, very well-made staff.
Ooh, actually, that's actually a good point.
And, but as a consolation prize, you can have the gross Fomorian knife.
Oh, this doesn't mess with your druid vows, though, right? Being a metallic weapon.
It's not armor, so no.
Okay, here you go.
Guy puts up a hand and says, "No need. I don't want anything to do with it. It'll turn me ugly at one point."
Then, would you like this gross Fomorian eye? It gives you something to hit something with from range.
Benlin?
He's
Oh,
dead to
yeah.
the world.
Sorry, just came back.
Do you want this Fomorian eye?
Ooh.
I think we're missing out on Barnabas holding on to it. I think he's the only one of us that would give it enough desecration that it desires.
Yes, give it to Barnabas, please.
There you go.
Gives you another way to
looks
do with.
hungrily towards it.
Beauty's in the eye of the Fomorian.
I shall send it to you.
Thank you.
You're not in my list of people I can send to. That's weird.
You know, Layla, if you give me an hour, how old are you?
How old? Am I?
Are you a young adult, by chance? I can make you under the light of Palor. I can give you a coming of age ritual.
Uh,
Either that, or I can marry you to, I don't know, the staff.
I mean, you already had your hand down her throat.
Oh, I'm taken. Well, it's complicated.
You're taken?
Look at what you just did. She sounds disappointed, man. Come on.
Look,
No, I'm just
it's-
surprised. I've never met anyone that could stand you, so I'm just curious as to where they are.
Brutal.
She's busy at the moment. We have an on and off. We see each other sometimes.
I understand, guy. You're fine. I'm giving you a hard time.
Oh.
But yes, I'm not a child. I've already came to age.
Okay, would you like to be dedicated to Palor's light?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, he reaches into his pocket, grabs some holy water, flicks it on your forehead.
All right. The armor, Barnabas, is shadowed mithril chain shirt, +1. So it is obviously of shadow elf make, and it is a light, flexible metal. So wearing it is like wearing a $300 T-shirt. It feels very good. No undershirt required. It is +1 to AC, and it is a +2 to passive and active stealth rolls. And it is still only an armor class of 14, though.
Well.
Yeah.
Oh no, I can't modify magical items, so
Yeah.
I can't.
It does.
I can't do
Yeah.
that.
Would it be 14 and then you add your dex?
Does what?
Would it be a 14 and then you add your dex?
Oh yeah. There's no dex penalty on this armor, so
Uh,
you could yeah.
Guy would raise an eyebrow towards it and he'd say, you know, I've been wearing a lot of heavy boots and scales. Barnabas, it reads as you, for sure. We'd have to cut it down to size, but...
Because it doesn't require attunement, it would not resize. So fortunately, you do have a craftsman, and I would rule that a craftsman could, as a long rest action, resize it. I would definitely allow a craftsman to do that.
I'm only interested in armor I can modify to my specifications, so I'm not interested, but I'd be happy to size it up for anyone else.
I think it's perfect size for me.
Okay.
If anyone
And
doesn't mind.
All right, I'll drag it over to your sheet for now.
Thank you.
All right. And it should have a passive effect on there while it's equipped. We'll have to pay attention to it and see if it turns on the passive stealth bonus or not.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
brings it up my passive to a passive of 20.
Oh, great. All right. So then the last item in there that is magical is the spiked gauntlet of venom. So that beefy ass gauntlet is of Firbolg make. It is constructed of ironwood and drake scale, and basically you just look like Hellboy, like you got one big ass fist if you wear it.
Yep.
And then the ability of it is you can essentially flex it, and like a stinger comes out. And you can stab people with it. It is a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls, and it only does a D4 piercing. You can also, as an action, cause a thick black poison to coat the blade. The poison lasts for 1 minute, or until an attack using this weapon hits a creature. That creature must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw, or take 2d10 poison damage and become poisoned for 1 minute. No lingering save allowed. Just you're poisoned for a minute. The dagger can't be used this way again until the next dawn.
That sounds like it'd be useful for a marshal.
And it does not require attunement.
Ooh, damn.
Yeah. And to answer any other questions, yes, you can still wield weapons in that hand while you're wearing the gauntlet. But it would not be compatible with somebody that was wearing the gauntlets of Ogre Power.
My thoughts are Thanlin, me, or Gerard.
What about Orion?
Well, someone needs to hold on to it till Orion gets back.
I don't want it. I don't care who takes it.
Okay.
I
For now, we could just say that it's in party funds, and then if you decide to use it, but you are getting ready to do a long. Well, you don't need to attune to it either, so
Toss it over to my inventory so I can take a look at it. I might use
Sure. Okay.
it. I don't have
You
a
guys-
magical weapon yet.
You guys could pass it around. You
It's a
want to
strength-based
be able to hit ghosts. You want to be able to hit ghosts. No, it actually does count as a finesse weapon.
Yeah.
So it could do strength or dex.
And with a stealth check of +10 / passive of 20, I might be able to get somebody good with it.
All right. Those of you who are watching the skies, which I'm assuming is going to be like your B team peeps who are just kind of like doing their own thing, they point out the manticore. The manticore kind of does like like a flyby and just keeps going. It seems to be heading north and west into the mountains.
I spin a giant chunky gold necklace around my finger and eye it as it flies by.
Okay.
hold on. Didn't the Hobgoblin soldier say something about north and west, or something like that?
Yeah, they did. That's where the next location is, the next gathering point.
Okay, at least we know at least we have a direction.
So, are you guys planning to crack open those lock boxes?
Actually, I was gonna bring up, Thanlin, Gerard, one of you might make use of this, and I'll pull out an old crowbar from my backpack. I might be able to get them open a little easier this way.
So I would say, as part of the long rest you guys are fixing to take, where you're going to be leveling up, you could also crack open those things. We won't roll for 10 different lock checks and all that kind of stuff. Does that work for everybody?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So unless you guys have anything else you want to do, I guess we'll kind of fast forward to evening time and setting up for camping here in the keep. Is that the plan?
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Let's see what we could do.
New friends,
Oh,
is it your intention to
we're-
stay here for a night?
Yes.
Then
It is.
allow me to repay your kindness by cooking you a meal as a free man once again. So he jumps outside and says, Manette, it's time to cook. And then he wants to go search. He's not very hopeful, but they did have a little traveling cart that was kind of like their pantry. Is that still around, or they kind of dismantle that or take it somewhere else?
It seems that the cart has been taken elsewhere. The oxen were left here because hobgoblins are shrewd, and they realized that these were essentially emotional hostages for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they kept them to torture you with and keep you in line.
Okay.
And then Minette was easy because you were her emotional hostage. So yeah.
Okay.
Amongst the supplies from your cart, though, they've already basically had you go cooking your way through it. Like you had access to all
He
of
figured
your
as
cooking
much.
tools and essentials from the cart.
Okay.
Yeah, like Koth definitely a foodie, and he kept all of the the stuff that you needed for cooking. But the cart itself, I guess, was sent off to a bigger camp.
That's fine. That
for
could
use.
be replaced.
Yeah.
But if I got all my cooking stuff, then I'm good then.
All right. So you begin cooking. The sun begins setting, and we're at noon, so we'll take a quick break.
All right, dope.
Great.
All right,
Alright,
Red,
so
what are
I'll
you
be back.
cooking, buddy?
So during this break, you could level up too, because I'm not gonna roll random encounters tonight. You guys fought hard. You claim the keep. You get the keep for the night. So
Dope. See you guys in a few.
See you in a few.
Awesome.
here, Barnabas?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm putting something in the toaster, but I will come back and fix that.
No worries. I just want to be able to send you free scale mail for you to melt down.
Wait, what am I doing with scale mail?
I don't need my scale mail anymore, so you can have it for crafting.
You mean selling?
I mean, if you want the metal.
Armor is weird with the craftsman. It's like weapons, anything goes. Like I can take a dagger and turn it into a greatsword, but armor is a little bit less flexible. So I can't take scale mail and turn it into breastplate. I don't think.
Ah, a shame.
But it's all value. It's all gold, which is my commodity. So
Exactly. Well, you can just melt it down for your patron.
yeah, she'll
Have
love
any idea how long it takes to make scale mail?
that. How long it takes to make scale mail? How much does it cost?
I mean, well, I'm just saying, like, to craft it. And if they love seeing things melted down, people
Yeah.
make.
Yeah.
It's 50 gold.
I can do that in a day.
There you go. I can also send you my chain shirt, which is sitting in the cart / on the back of our pack animal.
Yeah, I mean, any kind of extra items, Barnabas is happy to store them in his ring, kind of as a safe vault. Like, all of the Hobgoblin equipment is definitely going in there. Just random crap.
I'll send both of them over to you as soon as you select user configuration.
Alright, well, how the hell do I do that? Let's see.
I sent you a screenshot in
Yep.
our... Did you find it?
No, what is in the bottom left?
So in the bottom left, there'll be a bunch of little dots. You want to click the
Yeah.
dots.
Okay.
It'll pop up. It'll show
Yep.
everybody. You want to find yourself. You want to right-click it. Hit user configuration.
Yep.
You want to find Barnabas. You want to click him. Then you want to hit save configuration.
Okay.
All
Did
right.
that.
That should have worked. So now if I go to here and go to scale mail, yep, there you are.
Fantastic. Thank you.
No worries.
How badly do we need that staff? It would make my patron so happy to see it destroyed.
Do you have a fate point?
I do not.
Then we need the staff.
This is a fair point.
I'm just pointing that out.
I only lost that fate point because I acted with reckless abandon.
And did you learn a lesson from that?
That is still to be found out.
That's very concerning.
I mean, I did go on another solo mission after that, so clearly I didn't learn much.
Nah, you did fine.
How was your break, Rash?
That was good. I inhaled this very small bag of crunchy Cheetos.
Flaming?
Oh no. Just school lunch size Cheetos. This 160 calories will give me the energy I need to stay alive a little bit longer. All right. So we're just waiting for Barnabas and
Oh, okay.
Layla. Oh, okay.
I'll be right there.
All right. Someone else got some chippos, it sounds like.
I actually made a sandwich.
Oh, nice.
Chicken salad.
I have people coming over today after the game. So, yeah. Yep.
I have the opposite plans. I'm not going to see any people for the rest of the weekend, and it's going to be great.
Very jealous. So. Yeah. We're gonna play Nemesis. It's like the Aliens board game. It's very fun, but it was one of those things where you made the plan before you knew how the time leading up to it was gonna be. And then I just taught like all these classes this week and did like extra streams, and like my people's meter is very low. So I'm gonna hopefully I could just be nice and quiet and subtly sabotage the rest of the crew.
I got you.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have heard of it or played it, but it perfectly captures the feeling of being in an Aliens movie, like the franchise Aliens. It's really good. So.
You said that was
I'll have to
Nemesis?
add that.
Oh, I just read your secret message. Yeah.
Yeah. That is, if you were wondering and why I went to the secret chat with him. I didn't say too much, but that's it.
Yeah. That would definitely check out. I guess it'd be hard to know for sure because he's just so emotionless. Yeah.
That's why guy backed up immediately. That's why guy just walked the other way, took Leela. Yeah.
Yeah. If I was allowed to just rule of cool things, I would just give Jert like a very high deception bonus, in so much as he's hard to read because he's just so stoic, and his tones are so flat and his actions are so deliberate. It just seems like he'd be a very hard person to actually sense the true motives of. All right. Which is a great angle to take, honestly. A lot of people think if you're making a character that's good at lying, they have to be like the face of the party, or they have to be like really talkative, or things like that. But there's so many different ways to kind of represent these skills and abilities. Anyways, like the bored barbarian. Like, they don't rage. They just get so full of nihilism that the hits don't even matter anymore.
Oh man, that's too real.
All right, I think we're all back. Let's go ahead and do this thing. So, during the long rest, we have the new Scholastic crafting system and learning system. You guys are welcome to do that if you are so interested. But not on this particular rest, because the downtime activity here is going to be leveling up and cracking open these boxes is how we'll handle this one. So, and attuning to items and, all that shit. So, inside them 10 lockboxes, 6 of them contain a smattering of coins from different lands and cultures and time periods. Fortunately, your DM does not have time to care about money changing mechanics, so money is money, and we don't worry about it. In the olden days, you used to have to go to money changers and stuff. And boy, was that exciting. Having backpack across Europe, I could tell you that it is exciting to go to money changers, because I did Europe before they invented the euro. So, boy, what a fun experience. Imagine being in America and having to change money every time you go to a new state. That's what it was like. But it doesn't need to be a D&D, because I don't want to deal with it. Anyways, so you find an assortment of coins within the boxes, totaling them up. There is 2,500 silver, 2,100 gold, and 120 platinum pieces.
Hell yeah, Barnabas.
Finally.
3 of them contain notes of credit. Barnabas, you apply business skills to it, and to your disappointment, you realize that all of the entities that would have been involved in these are dead and gone. So these
what about their descendants?
These are worthless memes. They're essentially credit against entities that can't give you the credit anymore. Does that make sense? Like, the people that issued the lines of credit that they represent don't exist, so there's no way to like cash it in. And it's not like a family, it was like the Reston Empire. Like, you can't just go.
These were like Templar bonds. Like
exactly. Yeah. So at the time, very nice. But but with the fall of the Restan Empire or the Restarian Empire, there's just there's nothing to do with them. The last box though is pretty nice. Contains the legally binding deed to Wrath Keep. And based on the very small print, in the event of Wrath's death, whomsoever holds this deed is the inheritor and owner of the estate.
Hell yeah.
We can give that to Warko now.
I don't know. I
Marmus
just
is
heard
holding
the
onto it
sound
pretty
of,
tight.
I literally just heard the sound of Crash getting that Strongholds and Followers book off the shelf, and then the moment you said that, the book sliding back onto the shelf.
I mean,
He will take this deed from my cold, dead little hands.
I was mostly laughing at the psychic damage that was delivered to a small halfling and his real life player. So, all right. So I will post that and the chest stuff into the treasures thing. I also posted up a picture of the staff, which I had trimmed to be like a icon, and I don't remember if I put the picture of the staff in there or not. So in the item. So that's the full size staff right there. It's so beautiful. All right. This is also during the night when Team Nature, you do catch Claude and Orion, and they are leaving. And they explain to you that shortly after the battle, a winged messenger sent from the archdruid of their village came bearing terrible news of a situation back east, and you can tell that Orion is still sort of haunted by the battle and the bloodshed and the murder. And it's one thing to command Claude to do it. Claude is a hunter, and that is his nature. But it has affected him quite deeply. And also, that Mousekin, they value family, hearth, and home, even more so than I don't want to say real halflings because that'd be mean to the party halfling, but traditional halflings. So he basically informs you that he must go home. He must at least try to help assess what's going on there, but he doesn't want to cause a divide within the party. He knows that you are currently on a path of your own, and that the people of Drone's Ferry are just as important to Thanlin and possibly to some of you as his people are to him. Once he knows that his people are safe, he will return. And should you finish your business first before he returns, perhaps you can come and aid him. And then he marks on your map where his people live. All right.
Man. All right.
And then definitely encourage to have some Discord RP to kind of like see where he's at, because dude's going to be in D&D with Draw, so he would probably appreciate it.
So I'm for some reason feeling super Foundry illiterate this morning, and I can't find my level up button.
Oh sure. Currently there isn't, I don't think, a level up button. You go to your features, you go to Ranger, and there's a little drop down where it says level. Yep. And you just tick it on up.
Excellent. All right. Thank you.
Every day we get closer and closer to Character Mancer. The only good thing, no, there's a couple of good things about Roll20, but
it's pretty dope. It's pretty easy.
Yeah. Credit where credit's due. Character Mancer's fucking good. So
I'm just over here looking at these clouds though, like.
One time I made clouds appear in Roll20. You couldn't select anything because it was an overlay image, and they didn't move unless I moved them with the mouse or the keyboard. But there were clouds. Anyways, okay. So time passes. You all grow beards to show the passage of time, and morning comes. I'm assuming with the early night and the hearty dinner. What did you guys end up having for dinner, Garrod? Gerard,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
All right.
or Jared, whatever.
Jared?
It all works.
Okay.
Gerard. Yeah. Well, essentially, yeah. He goes about. He gets his big stone out. He makes like a fire underneath it. I don't know if he asked Dirk, because Dirk seems the most capable. If it would go hunt some game, or for us, like a deer would be best. But if not, I don't know if any of the creatures that were slain are, proper.
Will most definitely accompany you.
Can we eat Wurg? Or not Wurg, Wargs.
Can you? Yeah, I mean, they're more intelligent than animals, so it might morally be rough for some people. Yeah. Oh, also worth mentioning. During the night, your captured displacer beast would have disappeared. I mean, yeah, the creature.
Bring that up.
Yeah,
Because
the creature
Orion
can.
had whole plans for that.
Yeah, the creature can innately jump from shadow to shadow and like displace itself and all sorts of stuff. So, I mean, yeah,
Even if it's tied and bound, it can still. I mean, yeah, it's like
right.
Step,
Yeah,
right? So,
that's what dimensional shackles are for.
Yep.
So yeah, the creature would have fucked off, at the first opportunity. So. Which is part of why, despite it being a cool idea, that he takes some time from venturing to kind of like work through his trauma of murdering and like trying to like tame the displacer beast. Like, yeah, it's a very difficult creature to keep alive and restrained, given its.
I close that Google Doc.
Okay.
Yeah, Gerard pulls out a very large cleaver from a very fine leather sheath. Starts Hibachi grill style monster hunter. Starts carving up whatever they end up catching. And Annette makes a soup and salad, like a mushroom and leek soup with just side salad. And then, yeah, I think I do a feature for this as well. Hold on. I think there's actual benefit. Hold on.
In terms of wild
ingredients.
Oh,
you regain more hit points. Something.
Oh shit! Really? That's awesome.
Oh wait. Hit points when taking a short rest as well. Temporary hit points after a long rest.
Wow.
Or plus any creature. Oh, you get an extra D8 healing. That's just
That's nice. Okay.
And then I can make extra little bonus treats that people can eat for temp HP.
And that stacks with the Bard's Song of Rest too. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck! I clicked the wrong button.
All right. Worth mentioning: tasty treat does not count against your potion quota for the day.
Something really funny and maybe creepy for Gerard would be, guy would be like, "Oh, what's the need for hunting? What cut do you want?"
He looks confused, and then he describes a cut that's favorable to him that I can't think of at the top of my head.
Okay, he's gonna give you a 2x2 of pure pork belly.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
That he'll create out of reflections.
So you just create it out
It
of
is-
thin air, and just plops on the grill.
It
He's
is
prepared.
Disgusting. And it will last a bit. It will last 3 hours for you to cook it and us to eat it.
How
Dirk
does
just
that
hangs
work?
up his
What
hunter's tools.
happens after you eat it?
Yeah, does it disappear from your stomach?
It is real, other than the fact that when you touch it, including when you eat it, you get a song in your head of guys.
Oh god.
I think
Yep.
he would slide that off his grill.
Yeah, exactly.
He would take his big cleaver and is like, I prefer the real stuff. You don't mind.
Dirk gets his hunter's tools back out.
So, Guy, is this how you've been making food to cook for everybody this whole time?
No, this is what
Okay.
he did with the Hydra.
Okay. Because I was about to say, people are probably starting to feel like very malnourished.
No.
Yeah. Like it tastes
By-
amazing at the time. Yeah.
That's exactly it. And guy
Yeah.
would be a little bit confused maybe for a second, be like, all right.
Very unique diet plan.
Yeah. Delicious.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But Guy would offer.
But yeah, he also like uses his big cleaver as kind of like a spatula, the whole 9 yards. It's a show as much as it is a good meal.
Oh, very nice.
He's all smiles. He's very happy, obviously.
But do you use the hill onions to make a little volcano? That's the real question.
Manette does that with
okay.
ease. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, he
All
flips
right.
an egg. He doesn't wear a hat. He flips an egg into he flips an egg into Manette's hat.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
Oh my god, this thing you just sorry.
Yeah, we're lost in it.
Oh, did the cleaver not show? Oh.
Okay. So,
There you go. That's what it looks like.
oh damn. All right.
Yeah, it is a great sword.
Really quick over the long rest, Guy would ask for how much we're splitting on money.
Great question. Doing a party fund, or is everybody just getting an allowance, or yeah?
I think it'll be better if we just kept the funds as is instead of splitting it, and we
I
just
need
do it
some.
whenever.
I need some.
You can have as much as you want, Guy. If you want to take some money from the fund, you're welcome to it.
100.
It's yours. Take it.
Thank you. I know I don't ask. And Layla, can you still make animals do what you want?
Depending on what you mean.
Could they deliver a letter?
Sure.
Really far?
Well, maybe 30, 50 miles.
I should have perhaps asked what you were going to do with the 200 gold.
Too late.
Definitely a thing that you guys might want to talk about in between sessions this week. There's a lot of cool like party charter things that you could kind of work out. It kind of speeds things up gameplay wise as you go to kind of know like, oh, we got 1,000 gold. Well, 500 goes to the party fund, and then the other 500 is divided among the 6 of us, and then you move on. Some groups, just for roleplay flavor, they might give the entire B team 1 share of treasure, just to kind of, say, hey, yeah, we're paying, they're getting their fair share for contributing or whatever. And then some of the groups I've run have been super cutthroat murder hobo, and when it comes to magic items, they want to go like full on like, well, you got an item, so you don't get shares of treasure, blah blah blah. In my experience, the best thing is just to do need before greed, giving the best items to the best people, keeping a balance of power throughout the group, and not stressing that stuff. And then financially, half your money goes into a group fund, helps pay for crafting, wizard expenses. If you got a rogue thief in the party, they're very expensive to maintain. Things like that. Raising the dead, paying for diamonds and dust and all that kind of stuff. And then everybody has petty cash that they use for whatever they want. But again, that's something you could sort out, in between
Yeah,
sessions.
I like that.
Yeah.
Well, sure.
But that's my recommended one after so many years, is just don't stress it. Sometimes it feels like the treasure drops are all perfect for one character, and not anybody else. If you ever start to feel like everything that drops, I don't get anything, let me know, and we'll kind of look at it together and figure out what kind of items are you looking for, and you have craftsmen in the party, so we could probably make something, and things like that to sort of address those things. All right, cool. So, you're sending a message, Guy, with
140 miles?
Okay.
Too far.
Too far? Does anyone here know anyone? I can always wait until we're back in town, but I wanted to send it as soon as possible.
Like a spell or ability that could do that better? I mean, gosh, I guess if Team Nature had known about this, they could have asked Orion before he headed out.
Might have been out of his way.
Mm.
I think our would-be merchant back in who's taking my room would be able to do this.
Oh, there you go.
And Guy will seal 200 gold or 20 platinum, whichever one you
Aw.
give him, into a letter.
Okay.
And in case anyone steals it from me, there it is for you, Crash.
Okay. I sort of suspected, yeah. Oh, it's beautiful. Okay.
And he'll put it away for as soon as he can send it, he will.
All right. It's beautiful. Okay. So, where are you guys going when morning comes? No one has come to bother you in the night.
Quick note: everyone gets 220 gold if we want to do that breakdown of.
Half in, half out.
Yeah.
That sounds
I'm
good.
cool with that.
I mean, I nominate Barnabas as party treasurer. Does anybody
Yep.
Yeah.
second
I
that?
second
Yep.
that
Okay.
motion.
Yep.
All right. All
I
right.
didn't wait to be nominated. I know what
All
my
right.
purpose here is.
Fair enough.
So 220 each, and then there's a bunch in the party fund.
Yep. And that accounts for a share for the NPCs and a share for the Diamond Fund.
Oh, that's fantastic. Okay.
So there is
All right.
there's still a separate Diamond Fund outside of the group pool to make sure we always have money for diamonds.
Bert
So
nods and says thank you.
250 divided amongst your B team. That's more money than Work has ever had in his life. He feels so rich. He doesn't even know what to do with it because most of the places he frequents don't actually have good commerce set up. It's mostly just trading or beating each other up and taking it. So
Yeah,
Flip it up, big guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna reference the thing I just put in chat. I'm gonna go sit with Werg because Jert's had 8 silver since session 1.
My God.
all right, Work says,
I'm thinking, with this much gold, I will buy myself a castle.
Yeah. I don't know how much they go for, but
There can't possibly be more than this. Look how many gold coins I have.
yeah, Jert holds up his sack of gold to us and says, I don't know what I'm going to do with it either.
Joining the claws has been a good investment.
Glad you think so. Good to have you around, Werg.
I intend to take it and invest in our dream. One day we'll open an inn, and it will be the best inn, tavern, in all the Vale.
Oh, do you have a name in mind?
Still thinking about it.
Workshop.
I can give you a few suggestions. Do you know where? Location.
Possibly Brindle. That's the most.
Ooh, not
most
Brindle.
common.
Oh, only weird people come out of Brindle, and
Secrets.
criminals and. Oof. Okay. Brindle's okay. I'm just warning you that you might get stolen from a lot, like a lot.
Add an additional 10 gold to your thing from the stuff I got from the Manticore nest.
yeah, Guy, Brindle does have a very well-developed thieves guild.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I remember
somehow still safer than Elsir Cross. Somehow still safer than Elsir Cross.
If you want a good location that is upcoming, Talar, I hear, is the way to go. And I know someone very, very nice there. Otherwise, though, Marthton and Denevar are my recommendations. Or even the Ferry.
He nods.
Okay. I must ask, as I take you to the world map, what are your intentions, heroes? Where will you go and what will you do?
We should go back to Drellin's Ferry.
The council.
Sounds like Drellin's Ferry and inform them of what's to come. And we have time.
Gerard's gonna fashion a rudimentary sled to attach to his oxen so he can, make his
What?
all his cooking stuff with it.
Are we still planning on trying to make it over to the dwarves?
That's the dwarves thing. The dwarf situation seems like a reach at this point. Perhaps after the elves.
I think we need to bring the family with us.
Yes, that's right. The elves won't wait very long, so we want to head to them before Drellin's Ferry. We did. They did tell us they will not give us much time.
Yeah, but it hasn't been a week yet. We still have a whole week for that meeting.
All right,
It's
so
going to be very, very difficult to find their village. We should
equations
allocate at least a few days.
Can
Yeah,
I
if you do.
request something once we reach the ferry?
What do you got?
I think we have Brightcoin still staying in your room, right, Guy?
Yes. A couple people are staying in my room, I think.
We should give him some money to chart a guard and horse or something. And send him on his way to the holds. It'll get, even if it is a lost cause, it would go ahead and soothe over the situation with the dwarves in our favor should we find ourselves at that precedent in the future.
Sure, I can agree with that.
Send him ahead of us to try and negotiate, and then we follow up.
Wait, who are we sending?
Brightcoin over to the Hammerfest to talk to his childhood friend.
All right. Team Nature. Go ahead, one of you. The first one I see. Give me a survival. It will be with advantage, and I will just use that to determine if you have any encounters, how you deal with it.
I cannot roll lower than 10, so I'm going to go for it.
Okay. Oh my. Okay. So as you make your way through the flooded forest, finding the perfect path, you're going a bit south of Jert's cabin, trying to get the most direct route back to Drellin's Ferry. Up ahead, you hear the occasional low growl of a large cat, and the slight shift and clank of well-made and maintained armor. There is a hobgoblin ambush up ahead. Would you like to ambush the ambush, or would you like to go around undetected?
How violent are we feeling? Did we all wake up and choose violence this morning?
I did.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, God.
Go ahead, Guy.
A guy would say to you, Jert, and he'd smile and he'd say, "You know, it's fancy magic you have there, or well, I should say your those training skills. Over the course of our sleep, I hope you don't mind, spend some time with you. I can speak to them, and anyone for that matter now.
Hmm.
But I don't think we're going to be able to diplomacy our way out of an ambush. But if you
No.
want me to try to talk to them, maybe whenever I'm in a very disadvantageous position is whenever they reveal the most information."
Set up a counter ambush, have you walk in, give them the chance to surrender once they're outed, and then murder them if they don't.
They won't surrender.
They will not surrender, yes. I would. Having
It's
been around
worth giving them a chance. I don't know.
Well,
Now, Jared, your understanding that this of the area is that, and this is Team Nature kind of helping out this diminished Team Nature because you don't have Orion here, but
Every time somebody says that, I get more sad.
yeah, there is a well-traveled path that is on mostly dry land, and there are some sort of rocky hills that sort of flank the path. And from what you could tell, they are posted on those rocky hills to have a height advantage on anyone traveling the well-used path.
Hmm.
Let us simply deal with them. Be done with it.
Yes,
Sure.
it will-
Best
it will-
to thin their herd when we come across them, for now, before they start to coalesce and realize what's all happened and join together.
Layla, I'd never think that you would turn on the opportunity to see me in a bad position going, "Oh, please, no, where are you taking me?" And then they tell me.
I don't think they would, though. They would probably tell you to keep. They probably don't know yet.
So do you want to approach? Your options would be from the northwest, which would put you on one of the three hillocks with the path below and the other two hillocks off to the east and southeast. Or would you want to come down on the northeast, and that would put you on one hillock with the other two opposite? Does that make sense? Essentially, there's 3 hills. You have easy access to 2 of them.
Does one of them have more cover than the other from the other? Hills?
Definitely the northeast one has more room to move and more cover.
I think we should go to that one because that way we can get rid of them, and then if we can't immediately deal with the others on the other hills, we can at least use the cover.
Okay.
And if it's acceptable, since we're have the time to know they're there, I'll go ahead and summon my Bloodhawk since it lasts for an hour.
Okay.
I'm gonna pre-stealth.
All right. So let me get actual. Let me separate your B team from you guys real quick.
You guys want to pass without trace? Or do you think it's guaranteed that we get this ambush without it? That sweet ass survival.
They're
I
highly
mean, we have
professional.
multiple uses of it, right? It might be worth.
Sure.
Yeah.
Alright. I'll pop a pass without trace then. DM.
Okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's so weird that your lion is now a small French girl. But all right.
Yeah, Gerard gets behind you guys. He's got a pot, the lid. He's using his shield, and he's pulled out from his waistband a big frying pan. And,
Oh my God.
and Manette is stringing up a bow.
Besides, guy, seems like a good opportunity to learn what our new companions can do.
Oh, I wanted you to beat the crap out of them and win. I wasn't hoping you'd leave me there to die. But fair point. Let's let them take the lead.
All right. Let's see. I love Spatter, but there was an update to Spatter that like breaks Spatter on all your pre-existing stuff, so you have to like reapply Spatter.
Yeah, it resets everything. It's I tried to do that for the Skulljammer thing when you guys went to the gnome spam factory, and I had this whole bloody map set up and it reset everything. Like, man.
All right, so here we go. All right. Can you everybody see? Oh, let me raise your height elevation to 35 feet.
Okay. Hey, look, a displacer beast.
Yes. I should probably make them displace, but yeah.
He's sleeping.
All right. Oh, they are most assuredly ready to pounce. They're watching the path. Some of them look. It's like they're watching it with a bored discipline. Does that make sense? Like, you know that they could do this for 8 to 10 hours if they were ordered to, but it doesn't mean that they're enjoying it. That's the kind of look on the faces of these 2 hobgoblins. The displacer beasts, it's hard to see what their face is doing because they keep phasing in and out. Across the way, though, you see some trouble. See another blade master. And you see something you hadn't seen before. This seems to be a hobgoblin who is dressed in priestly vestments.
Oh no.
I actually can't see over there.
Oh,
You need
really?
to set your elevation to 35.
Yeah, I'll do
Oh,
it for you.
right.
There you go.
Thank you. I forgot to.
Would I have seen a hobgoblin like that pass through the fort before?
Yes. You have seen women pass through the fort wearing those vestments. They demand a great deal of respect. Yeah, they are blood witches.
Yeah, I'll describe that
Jeez.
to the party. Yeah, I've seen a few of those before. That one is magic.
You also see that the water here
Like a
is
shaman.
stained with blood down in this location.
Really? Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh. And Guy will drop one of his mirror magic to learn blood magic.
Okay.
Hopefully during this fight.
To try to learn some during the fight. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna drop this one. There we go.
You know, the more I witness Guy doing this, the more I want to play a mirror sorcerer so much.
Man, if anybody actually wants to play a sorcerer, I guess they're doing it right. So good for Valdes. Good for Valdes.
It says,
Hopefully, sorry. Keep going.
Ah, it's okay. It's okay. Sorry. He says, better us to learn how it works than to be on the wrong side of it without knowing it. If I get hit by it, I'll learn it. I'll try not to use it because it looks terrifying and it sounds terrifying from what I've seen in the paintings. We should continue our ambush. Thank you for letting me know, Gerard.
All right. So, because of your pass without trace and the cover and their attention elsewhere, you guys can position yourselves just a wee bit. So we could do 2 surprise rounds. But if at any point during that first surprise round anyone gets within, we'll say, 5 feet of a creature or uses a hostile action, then you will not get the second surprise round. Does that sound right to everybody?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right. So let's do it then. Grab everybody and throw them into the chat. Not the chat. The you know what I'm saying. All right. Here we go. There's so many people. All right, and add. And then we remove Minette. And we remove Hawk. Okay. All right.
By the way, since we're rolling initiative, everyone should be adding a D4 to it, since you're within my presence.
Oh, very nice.
Gonna do much for me.
For those purposes, until we make like an automated effect for this, because I could build you an aura that actually does that. We'll just say if it matters for the initiative, I'll be like roll the D4. Otherwise, you know, we only use it for that first person in the initiative that we run. All right.
It looks like it's working because I should not have a +7 to initiative.
Oh, okay. Great.
Oh yeah, I automated it, but I didn't see the dice roll in chat, so I thought. It was
Oh,
working.
very cool. Okay, great job. All right, swip out shot music.
You guys doing popcorn?
Yeah, we're doing popcorn.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Prime is the only holdout. Prime is the only holdout. Those dinosaurs. All right. So let's see what we've got here. They've got to roll initiative too, even though they will have surprise status. All right. It looks like topping the initiative is Guy with a 25. There you go. Start things off for us, Guy. This is surprise round 1 of 2, unless it is jeopardized by overeagerness.
Quick question, Guy. Do you want to go first or no?
I mean, I set up only buffs, so it's fine with me.
All right. Guy, you're up.
Okay. Guy wants to move forward. Do you want me to make an active stealth check for moving close, like area-wise?
I'm gonna treat it very generously. As long as you don't get within 5 feet of them and you stay in cover, you should be fine.
Cool, I appreciate it.
Mhm.
All right. Guy will kind of move between, take a good look. He's going to get within a certain range here, very specific range here. Okay, perfect. All right. Hide behind this tree in this displacer beast. And he's going to use his action to... Nah, not yet. Guy is going to bonus action send over a shard of potential, and he's going to shoot her over to Thanlin because Lord knows he'll need it.
Okay.
Thanlin, it is even bigger than usual. It is now a D8.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's just the glass near your throat.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's been the visual for this the whole time. Is These his bardic inspiration, a shard of glass. He like throws it like Gambit throwing a playing card, and it goes right into your throats. Somehow there's no blood, and only a little bit of pain. Not enough to even register as a point of damage.
That's terrifying.
Weird that you. Why are you making a deal with this now?
It hurts.
I didn't know.
It hurts worse than getting like a shot, for sure. All right. What else? What else you got, Guy?
Guy is simply going to dodge, actually.
Okay.
For the rest of his turn, and he's gonna pass to. Let's see what Gerard's got.
All right. Gerard, you have this. You and Minette have this round to do non-combative stuff as long as you stay away from them. You are pretty close already, so.
Yeah.
But her attention is definitely down there.
Yeah, just like he's just back into his old days hunting with his Goliath friends when they hunt these big monsters. He'll come over. He's just this doesn't seem. He doesn't want to be the one to tip it off just yet. So he creeps up behind this hobgoblin, just pan in the air. He's just waiting. And he cues Minette to also follow behind him and ready a shot.
Okay. What is the trigger for your ready to action? If they are struck by one of your allies?
Yes. Specifically this hobgoblin. And then he makes some hands gestures. He points to Thanlin, and you can use your reaction to move up if you want to.
Oh.
To move up?
Yeah.
How far?
At your speed.
I mean, as long as you don't get within 5 feet.
Yeah, you can go wherever you want. Okay. Okay, well maybe I should give it to someone else. Next time. We're learning.
All right.
Go ahead.
Who do you
I'll
who do
pass
you
to
gonna
Layla.
pass to Layla? Layla, okay.
Okay, so I stealth dash, so just 15 feet and then 15 feet.
Okay. So this actually is a drop of 35 feet with a 10-foot jump. Yeah.
Just a little.
Oh no! Yeah.
What's
So
your strength score? God, if it's 10, you can make it.
I mean, it is 10.
You can long jump it if you get like a running start, right?
yes, but you are gonna land on the. Well, you'd still be inside the guy's thing. Yeah, go for it. So rather than stealthing, you depend on the Pesto Trace, and you get that running start, and you jump across.
I think you need to move 10 feet before you can make the jump.
Yeah. They started all the way back north of Barnabas. That's why I'm saying they wouldn't.
I
wouldn't
didn't
have been
see
able
that,
to
my bad.
stealth. Yeah.
Put the burb kind of in the bushes.
Okay. Actually, if you land there, you're going to be down about 10 feet where you currently are. No problem.
Is it here?
Yes, you'll be. Oh God, I just killed you. There we go. All right. All right. Let me add you back to the initiative. Oh, there we go. All right.
Just trying to line. My bad.
No worries.
Pass it over to Dirk.
Okay. All right, Jert, you're up.
Okay. So I'm thinking about these guys over here. What do you guys think? Should we ignore them for now? What are they wielding? Like what armors and weapons do they have from this distance?
They have standard hobgoblin soldier loadout, so composite longbows, daggers, great swords, laminar armor.
Okay, so they could definitely shoot us with arrows from there.
I didn't see those guys.
All right. Well, first surprise round, Jert's going to use his bonus action to non-spell Hunter's Mark on this thing. And then I'm going to use my action as he.
Which one are you Hunter's marking?
This Displacer Beast to the north.
Oh, this one. Got it. Okay.
Yep. And then use his action to actually cast a spell as he dips into the shadow that passes out a trace with a stealth check from earlier. He's gonna enhance his physical body and cast jump on himself.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So his jump distance at a long jump is now almost 60 feet. So I'm gonna clear this chasm.
So fellow Foundry users, do you know of a mod or mod settings that show everybody wall heights, like when they're on a map?
I gotta go up this way.
People.
Yeah, so like you could see walls obviously because you have vision and stuff, but is there a way that like numbers would appear to kind of indicate to people like where a height is. Man, that'd be super cool.
Yeah.
All right, I have to end my turn there.
I'll have to keep an eye out for that. All right. Who do you pass to? You got Barnabas and Thalin.
Thank you.
Yeah. The only reason I wasn't sure on this because it's like got the waterfall here. So
Oh,
I wasn't sure.
yeah.
I was like, maybe this is up top, maybe it's not.
Oh, my bad. You're right. Looking at the wall layer here, it would have been a 15-foot drop to there, from where you were. So,
I do a little jump down.
yeah, that's fine. You got
Not
to
as far
cross.
as the down
Yeah.
here, though.
All right. And actually, this ledge right here that you jumped across to, you end up scrabbling up about 5 more feet to see all the way onto it. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, because this is 40 and this is 35. Okay. All right, so Thalin, what are you doing?
If I move within 5 feet, I won't catch her off guard, will I? Because I was told that if we get within 5 feet of them,
If you get within 5 feet of anybody, you lose the bonus surprise round. I was going to give you 2 rounds to set up, but if in the first round you move within 5 feet, you will jeopardize that.
okay. He's gonna take the dash action.
Okay.
And he's going to wait. No, I don't actually need to do any of that. He's just going to move right here towards the edge and jump.
Sure. Okay. All right, so
So
you're
I'm
going to
gonna-
jump over and up to here?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm making
Alright.
sure I'm not within 5 feet. Yeah.
Okay.
And he's bonus action to use marked foe on the hobgoblin soldier right there.
Okay. Now, does your mark penalize them for not targeting you or anything like that, or is it the one that makes it so that? Can you post up your mark real quick?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Focus their attention on one particular enemy until the start of your next turn. Creatures able to hear you and see you. Okay, that's fine. All right, so you go ahead and you mark them. All right.
Yep,
Anything else?
No, that's all I can do.
Okay. And then play would pass to Barnabas, I'm assuming, because they all have surprise status. All right, so Barnabas, what do you got?
Okay. Can I can occupy the same space as allies. Can I end my turn there? Or do I have to move through?
I mean, it would be written in the description for the halfling's ability.
Okay.
What does it say on your features?
I think they just get to move through without penalty.
Yeah. I don't think I can actually stay in the space. Then I'm going to move diagonally up. I'm going to try to get over towards Jert, and that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can get here. And then I'm going to use a new spell that I've never used before, and this might be a waste of time, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to cast Unseen Servant and summon an Unseen Servant next to me.
Nice.
Okay. Let's see.
And I imagine Barnabas's Unseen Servant kind of looks like when you the wavy heat, like the way air looks when it's being blurred by heat.
Okay. Hold on. I just killed your unseen servant. Hold on. Let's see. Come on, unseen servant. You don't have failed death saves. You're an NPC monster. Oh my god. All right. I have one of these in my compendium. Hold on. All right. Here we go. Unseen servant. Hold on, I gotta change the miniature out. Let's see. Perfect. Okay. And I'll give you control of it, I guess. There we go. There we go. All right. You cast it with a spell slot, right? Not an action.
I don't have
Oh,
10
wow.
minutes.
It didn't up my shit. I'm so mad. All right, hold on.
Sorry.
Sorry, I've never used Foundry before. I'm trying my best here, guys. Let's see. Prototype token.
I know it's a
Okay.
random spell.
Oh no, I love this spell. Trust me, I love this spell. This is a good spell. All right, there we go. I just wanted to get the art perfect for it. That's all. Okay. So your unseen servant appears.
Yep.
All right.
I think I have to use my bonus action to move it, but I'm gonna assume that if that ends in 5 feet, that's still gonna trigger it. So I'm gonna I'm just gonna leave it where it is right now, and we can move into the next round.
All right, sounds good. Moving into the actual surprise round. Who do you pass to?
Oh.
Keeping in mind that if the bad guys get passed to at any point, or they activate at any point, they will strip away their surprise status.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna pass it back to Dirk, who's next to me. I'm gonna tap him on the knee and be like, "It's you're up."
Okay. So I guess the question is, do you guys think you can handle these, and how brave do I want to be? Because I almost want to go fight these guys. Okay, I have a hunter's mark on this thing. We'll deal with this. For now, I'm just going to prepare an action to throw my sword at him. And I'm going to move over here to the edge.
Okay.
Like right there. I can't move over there.
Oh, where are you trying to move?
Right here.
Oh, it won't let you move to the edge there?
No, yeah, it wouldn't for some reason. I might need to reload.
Okay. I mean, okay.
Yeah, so we're just going to stay there and then prepare an action. Well, even if he gets damaged, he's still just going to lose surprise, right? He won't be able to do anything.
Yeah. So surprise
So I might as
status
well-
is you can't move or take action, and you can't take a reaction until that turn ends. That's what surprise status is.
I mean, do you guys want to start unloading on them then? Because even if they get the initiative and pass around, they're all just going to do nothing.
Right, yeah. Only classes that specifically say they get benefits to attacking a surprised opponent actually get stuff. It was pointed out to me. I used to give advantage on attacks against surprised opponents, but that would be if you were attacking from stealth, you would get surprise. And technically, most of you, especially if you're near Guy, would still be attacking from stealth.
Okay. Is this like a tree right here?
Yeah, there's trees everywhere. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna climb this tree
these
with
are
my
these are like sad little pine trees. So they have very thin trunks. So they're not really obscuring too much.
Oh, are they climbable?
I mean, if you think a 6-foot something man could climb a Christmas tree, sure. Yeah.
You can. It'll just
I've tried it. So I kind of feel like I know how this is gonna go. So we're just gonna stay on the ground and we're just gonna throw. We're gonna throw a sword. Well, first. Sorry.
I mean, it's D&D. I'm not going to stop you.
It's just the image in my head.
I don't know what kind of height advantage you're going for here.
I see Dirk trying to climb the tree, and I'm like, you can climb my shoulders.
Yeah.
More sturdy.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Instead, we're going to use a bonus action for far shot stance.
Okay.
To increase my range, and then right now we're just gonna do 2 ranged weapon attacks on the Displacer Beast.
All right, go for it.
All right.
You are outside of Guy's thing, so I'm gonna check your passive stealth, which is what?
It's 8 plus my dex plus my proficiency or something, right?
Yeah. So I'm just checking it against its passive perception.
11 plus
all right.
3 is gonna be 14.
This is gonna be a straight attack for the first one because you will have surprise on this first one. Not surprise, excuse me. Advantage on this first one because of the stealth. And it's imposing disadvantage because of its displacing. All right, give me that attack. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 25 will do it. You
So
pop
9
that thing
damage.
for 9 damage.
And then it takes Hunter's Mark damage.
Okay.
Which is an additional 2, so 11, and then I think a 11 to hit misses. I'm gonna use the Bardic Inspiration I got though from answering the question.
Okay.
Does a 16 hit?
16 hits.
Then he takes 10 damage and an additional Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
So 13 on the second hit. 11 and
All right.
13 in total, so I think 24 that is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Both of them clang off of the Displacer Beast's like tentacles and its head, and then bounce back into his hands. Still have that was a far shot stance action, and I moved a little bit, so I think that's it for me. I'm gonna pass. Oh, I can't pass. He's gonna steal.
Oh, he's definitely going to steal. I mean, all I'm going to do is just check each of their little boxes to say that they, you know, they did the stuff. So, all right. So yeah, with a sort of a meowing roar of pain and alarm, it is going to steal, and then it's just going to pass all the way down the line.
And since they all win, we get to choose who starts the next round too.
Yeah. All right, and then they will pass to Guy.
Sick, awesome, sounds good. The guy is going to look across the way, see the Blood Priest and a Blade Master, and let's get them sweating a little bit. And blue robes will appear around him. He will bring out his arm. You'll see and smell the unmistakable smell of bat guano. But he brings it out of nowhere and it creates into his hand. Then he lights it on fire and throws it.
All right. And then a beautiful bead of fire unerringly flies from your hilltop to their hilltop and explodes for 27 fire damage.
Yep.
And the 3 hobgoblins over there are all going to make their attempts at dexterity saves. All right. Looks like you caught the soldier and the witch, but the Blade Master did make the save. The soldier is incinerated. It's just they are burnt to a crisp.
How is the witch looking?
The witch. Let me check any resistances that they have. Okay, doesn't apply, and then they don't have any reactions, so they take 27 damage. They don't seem to be bloodied.
Okay. Guy will then look towards his party members. He's going to point towards Gerard and say, sometimes I just need to know if you can impress a guy, you know? And he'll bardic inspiration you. And then he'll get ready to throw another fireball at these two.
What?
All right.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's natural.
What? Okay.
And then he'll pass to Gerard.
Okay.
Okay.
Gerard will very sneakily step behind this hobgoblin with his 5 as of stealth.
Okay, the hobgoblin is aware of you.
Yeah, I tap her on the shoulder and say, "You are being surprised." And I hit him in the head with the frying pan.
All right, go for it.
And try to.
Bonk.
Yeah. Hopefully I can hit. Oh no! Oh no!
No.
All right, as you go to bonk her, she reacts, and it causes a complication. Only a flesh wound. Okay.
Crispy
Any
guard.
combat has been down. Oh no! Son of a bitch! Let her die! All right, hold on.
Holds up a crispy thumb and just gets back to her 2 allies.
So she is still prone, and she's looking very Lady Deadpool over there.
Maintainable.
Yeah, but she is alive. Okay.
And then after that, yeah, let's see. Minette, now! She'll fire, try and hit her with a bow. Sharp bow. Hey, that's better.
Alrighty. Yep, that is going to hit, and Wriggling Soldier takes 6 points of damage.
Sneak attack.
Oh, I meant 17 points
Yeah,
of
holy
damage.
shit.
Oh,
Nice
all
roll.
right.
Yeah. Good.
And there would be like cool blood spattering out, but this map was made before the update to.
That's okay.
to the
Minette
mod,
doesn't really like the blood, so
Oh, fair,
she'll back
okay.
up and she'll cunning action hide.
Because she is bloodied off of that hit.
You can see that Minette just kind of goes back to hiding.
right.
And then that's my turn. I will use my bonus action as Gerard to, since I didn't hit, I'll, does anyone want to move somewhere?
Hmm.
I want to get up, I guess. Get some more movement, or...
I'd like to be away from this displacer beast, but
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the one. Get out of here.
Yeah.
But I will point out, because they don't have the surprise status anymore, but they were surprised this round, they don't have a reaction, so you will be able to move away. In case you were nervous about their reach or whatever. Okay.
Wasn't I worried about their reach?
I mean, they got a 15-foot reach with those tentacles. So.
Oh, I thought it was 10. Oh boy. Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna take advantage of this moment where they don't have reactions. And I can move my full-
shit! You're right. They do only have a 10-foot. Okay. Yeah. All right. So get out of there, buddy.
Okay, and then
Gonna
Gerard will step
pull
up
back
and then
to-
pass to Barnabas for this.
All
Here.
right. Cool.
Am I good to go?
Yeah.
There's no stealing.
All right.
They've all gone.
Yeah, they've all gone. So, do you want to pass the Barnabas down, Gerard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Barnabas, you're up.
Very good. I have no idea how Unseen Servant works, but can I use it to give myself the help action?
Yes, technically it can do any basic bitch thing. So, I have used it for many shenanigans. So yes, it has stats. It technically has limbs? ? So yeah, it needs to be adjacent to the creature you're attacking if you want to do the whole help action to get on a creature.
So I placed him right here, so I'm gonna have it move down.
All right.
I think going for the priestess as much as I want to kill that displacer beast. I'm gonna have it help me with an attack on the displacer beast, and then I'm going to Eldritch Blast it,
All right.
which now has agonizing blast attached to it.
Oh, very nice.
Oh my
not
god,
good.
the already beefy damage is gonna be even fucking.
Alright.
Does 16 hit?
16 is what you were looking for.
Nice for 14 damage plus. Oh no, not that one, This one plus 3 fire
Okay.
damage.
Uh-huh.
And then a second Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
Oh my god.
16 is enough because the help action worked against the first one, but it's not displacing. So, all right. And so, is that also get the fire damage, or is the fire damage once per
Nope,
turn?
once per turn.
Okay. This creature is past bloodied.
30 damage cantrip. Gotta love it.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was attacking the priestess.
Oh, the priestess all the way on the other
That's-
side of the.
Oh, this.
Wh-
That's a
what's-
soldier. I thought that was the priestess. I'm sorry.
No. Okay. So,
Still
were any of the
attacking
any of the attacks against the displacer beast? I'm confused.
No, so my thing's right here, so it's
Uh-huh.
helping me with attack this
Oh.
person.
Okay. Okay. Then I'm so sorry. The displacer beast is a 16 armor class. The hobgoblins have 18.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, I mean, you could have hit if you know what I'm saying, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, I'd
I
like
could have
to, but-
sworn you said you were attacking the displacer beast. I'm
I
sorry.
thought this
Oh.
was the priestess, so I prioritized it.
Oh,
If
okay.
I'd known it was a basic soldier, I would have gone after the displacer beast, but I made my decision.
All right.
And I'm willing to stick to it.
I'll roll it back. You got a 16 and a 16. Do you want to succeed on cost at either of them, or just let it go?
It's too early in the fight. I let it go.
Okay. She takes them both in the chest on her lamellar armor and does not feel the pain.
Bummer. Okay.
All right. In that case, let me heal this poor displacer beast back up. I'm sorry, buddy. There you go. It's a misunderstanding. Okay. Who do you pass to?
That's the
Yeah. Thanlin's up. All right. What do you got, Thanlin?
Okay, the mark falls off, but I'm gonna mark it her again. With the
Okay.
bonus action. Move her
All right.
5
What is
feet.
your passive stealth?
Hold on.
I think you're within Guy's aura still. If Guy is still concentrating on pass out trade.
I would be, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's
what
a
I-
six. It's a 6.
6 plus
16.
6 was says 16. She would not hear you approaching. As you kind of emerge from the underbrush here and attack. All right. So you have advantage to this first attack.
Okay. He's gonna pull out his cool brand new frost brand longsword
Okay.
and use it.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, yeah, 24 is definitely going to hit for 10 slashing and 15 cold. She is
5
bloodied.
cold.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I added up in my head and said the wrong number. Yeah, so she is bloodied.
All right, second attack.
16 is not going to hit.
You have
Oh,
a
wait.
bardic die.
I need to add a D4.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, the mark.
So it brings it up to 18. 18 is going to hit. And with that, she freezes over. Dead.
That's cool.
All right. He's then going. He has more movement. He's going to stand directly in front of the displacer beast, and just slam his sword into his shield and just come at me.
Okay.
That's his turn.
All right, and you pass to Layla. Layla, you're up.
Okay, the Bloodhawk is going to fly out and just kind of dive over and kind of dime bomb this creature.
Okay.
And then I'll just go ahead and finish its movement because it has flyby.
Okay.
And go another 5 feet in the air.
Mhm.
It actually, I guess, would be at 40 feet because of going down then back up for this ledge. That way it's a little up in the air. And we'll make an attack with it real quick.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, very nice.
angry rock.
It drags talon and beak across this displacer beast, doing 19 points of damage. The displacer is bloodied for real now.
A gaunt figure with a bow appears behind Layla as I adopt the starry form of the archer. And as a bonus action, I will shoot a starry archer into the displacer beast.
Okay. 17's going to hit the displacer beast. It takes 11 points of damage.
And then as my final, as my action, I will... Is it looking bloodied?
Oh, it's past bloodied. Yep.
Oh, We will do one of our free first level guiding bolts as my action. Oof.
Damn.
All right. It will be very easy for people to hit because it is dead.
Glowing.
One blast of swirling star energy hits it from the skeletal archer, the gaunt spectral archer standing behind you, and then you follow suit, firing a second, much larger blast that finishes the creature off. All right. It cannot steal because it is dead. Moving into the next round, who do you pass the initiative to?
Guy.
All right, Guy, starting off round 3.
Yeah, guy gives you a nod and says, "Wow, all right." And it whistles over to Jert, if Jert can hear him, with a passive stealth of 30. And we'll say, "Yeah."
I don't think anybody can hear you with a passive stealth of 30. Yeah.
Shit.
There might be more. Be careful.
Jert,
We're not seeing.
Jert, Jert. He yells out.
All right, Jert, you hear a muffled cry. It sounds like Guy. Tuning your senses, you see. Oh, it is Guy. He's just using a lot of stealth.
Yeah. Hey, no, don't look at me. Can you handle the Blade Master? I'll handle the ones over there for you. How about that? I think they're a better match for you.
It would take me too long to get there, but okay.
Oh, and he kind of holds up his fireball and points at the 3 over there. I don't think they can take it.
All right, so you're gonna launch your fireball there, and you want me to run over here?
I feel like that might be a if I kill those 3 in one shot here, and you can focus on the Blade Master.
Yeah. All right, I can get to right here on my turn, so it'll take me 2 turns to get there.
All right, if you're fine with that. But if you wanna jump over there
fine.
and start swinging.
You can't not hit me with the fireball, so I think I'd rather go deal with the things you've already damaged.
I can deal with the Blade Master.
Also, yeah. Well, yeah. You also have the Displacer Beast. That's
Yeah,
a
the
full
Displacer
HP
Beast
here,
first.
though.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
All right.
We want to get things done.
Keep moving, guys.
That's
Keep
what I was saying.
moving.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, we got to.
All right.
Toss it in the other direction. guys.
I will start skipping turns if they start running too long. All right, you're throwing the fireball over at those basic bees up on the hill. All right.
That's right.
These 3 are going to try and make their dexterity saves. It's 25 damage coming at them. Let's see what we got. 2 of them make the save. 1 of them does not. All right. Let's see. It does not list all their names anymore. I must have changed the thing with one of my mods. All right, I'll just guess. We'll say that this right-hand dude didn't make it. And, wow, he still lives. Holy shit, random HP. He is bloodied, and then the other 2 take half of that damage. No, son, not you. I'll fix him. Let's see. Okay, so somehow all 3 survive.
Yeah.
And they are bloodied and pissed.
I was like, never mind, go kill him. Bardic inspiration, Jert.
All right. They are going to steal is their plan.
How many fan spell do we have?
8.
I'm gonna use one to steal back.
Okay.
I'm gonna go fuck them up.
All right. Jerk. To you.
Hmm?
Jerk.
Right.
To you.
We're gonna run down here.
Okay.
And then since I ran 10 feet, I still have the jump spell active. Triple my strength score on a long jump is 59 feet. Can I make it to this thing over here? I want to do
outcropping
like
a stone. I would need we'll say acrobatics or athletics to grab the stone. It's just outside of your jump range, and you're kind of slamming into it with your momentum. We want to make sure that you can grab it and not oof and then get knocked down.
I'm gonna spend my once a day intrepid to give myself advantage on the athletics.
Go for it.
So that's gonna be 26 to grab the ledge.
26, hell yeah. So you jump across, slam into it, and pull yourself up onto that ledge.
All right, so that was 20 down, so I have 10 more. So but I actually can just throw. So I'm just gonna throw axe up here and see what happens.
Okay. You guys know by now that the standard issue soldier has an 18 armor class, 22 hits.
Okay, for 7 damage, and I didn't bonus action Hunter's Mark first because I'm a big dummy.
It's okay. It's okay. We're all we're learning
Can we
the
do
stuff
that in between attacks.
Believe once you start attack. I guess
we had this conversation last game.
I think
Right,
once you
you can
start, you
move, but you
can't,
can't.
right? Yeah. You got to finish your attack action. So.
All right, no problem. Then if she's still up, I'm gonna throw the sword too.
She is still up. So you underhand chuck that axe, sidearm throw the sword.
For 9
both
damage.
of them whirl through the air. Is that second one with advantage? Otherwise, it's coming in at a 16, which would be too short.
Ooh. It would not be an advantage, so I'm going to succeed at a cost. Fuck it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I like to live dangerously.
Targeted until the end of your next turn. All enemies in play have an advantage on attacks against you. Any attack that hits and deal extra damage equal to your proficiency bonus.
Oh, yeah.
Nice, that's a new one.
All right.
Don't forget about your bardic shirt.
Oh, that's
right.
true. You could.
Oh,
all right.
To make myself
Too
particularly
late,
inspired. That's right.
Okay. So 9. Since you did a succeed, give me a fresh damage real quick for that sword.
Yep.
So
Let me
just
re-bardic inspire myself now. Here we go.
so
Just
just
reroll another attack.
Oh, sure, that works. So she
6
takes
damage.
6 damage. That is just enough. She drops.
8, it's thrown style. So yeah. Oh, cool. She died. Dope.
All right. Okay. She cannot
that's-
steal. So who do you pass to?
I still have 10 feet of movement. I want to get off this edge so I don't get like pushed off. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
move. I'm gonna move into this guy's range,
Okay.
and then I'm going to pass. Does anybody want it right now, or I'm just gonna pass to Gerard?
All right,
cool,
Gerard, you're up.
Ah!
All right. What do you got, Gerard?
Man. Try again. Take this.
Okay. Oh, okay. Promising. What's promising? 14 does not hit.
Oh, the Bardic. Yeah,
Okay.
he'll rip the glass piece out of his deck and do that.
Okay, there's a spray of illusionary blood, I guess, as you pull it out,
20.
and it does. So let's
20
see. Yeah, that brings us 20. That is going to hit. All right, give me. You don't have to do fresh damage because it's bardic. So she takes 8 and another 1 thunder for a total of 9. She is donezo's.
Yeah, so imagine the pan like reverberates the thunder.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
He looks at his pen and is like, oh, that's weird. And then he'll go off running towards these guys. How deep does the stream look as he gets
You are
to the edge?
35 feet up, and this looks like it might be at as deep as 5 feet.
Alright, he'll just start climbing down.
No cannonball into it? All right.
Wait, you said it might?
Might, yeah.
Oh, I'll go for it then.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll jump. Yeah, he's got to get to those guys. He's got to climb that hill.
All right. Give me an since you're landing in water/mud, you could do athletics or acrobatics to stick the landing.
All right. A 10?
Okay. You land hard. Are you saying something, Layla?
Sorry, I was just saying I'm gonna roll a dice for my cosmic omen, so I've got to do it at the start of the day.
Uh,
'cause it's a new feature to me. So I know
okay.
what.
All right. So the squelchy mud and deep-ish pond water reduces the fall damage by 1 die. So you do take 6 points of damage and land hard. Treat that water as difficult terrain. It's not deep enough that you have to swim, but it's definitely mucky and slowing you down.
Somehow I gave myself 6 Spartic inspirations. Okay. Take 6 damage. All right. Manette will move up and she'll help out Thanlin down here by shooting at that displacer beast.
All right.
I don't know if it's still displacing. Can't see through Manette. That's okay.
It has to get a turn to start displacing. 17 is going to hit.
Whew. Yeah, you saw her.
Very nice.
You saw her cutting up vegetables last night. You think she's very good with a knife for some reason. I don't know. As she prepped the food,
right.
it was dangerous. And then yeah, we'll bonus action. We'll try and hide again, and that'll be our turn. Oh, and then Gerard bonus action, 60 feet of me. Oh, can I see? I can't see up that hill. Is Jert still within 60 feet of me?
No, he's just outside.
Okay.
Thanlin is within 60 feet of you.
Okay, yeah. Then I'll use my bonus action, and you can do a single attack.
Sweet.
It's a strike true together, and then I'll pass to Thanlin after that.
All right. You know what? Can I do this with? No, yeah, I can't. Okay.
Oh, it is gonna steal the well, you're at it's still your turn though, because it's a reaction. So yeah, Thanlin, go for it.
Got an 18 to hit.
18 hits. All right, takes a total of 15 damage. All right, and then the creature's gonna steal? Question mark. Going once, going twice.
Do we need? Okay. Damn.
Let's do.
All right.
I'll use a
got this
fancy.
fight.
I will use
Yeah.
a inspiration.
Sure. You're up, Thanlin. All right, what are you gonna do, Thanlin?
Bonus action. Mark again.
Okay.
God damn it. I
But
wish it was at the
that's
end
your
of my
feature.
turn. I know. I wish it was at the end of my turn, not the start. I'm gonna do that. Attack twice.
Okay. All right, yeah, 17's gonna hit.
Right. Second attack. This time I'm going to. No, I'm not. Screw it.
Okay.
Let me add a D4 first.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my Bardic Inspiration.
Okay. You're currently sitting at an 11. Okay, now you're at a 14.
That's all I got.
Okay.
Can I is it within range?
Well, since you asked, you have to succeed. So give me a fresh damage. You lose one of your lowest level spell slots. If you don't have spell slots, you lose the use of one short rest ability. So do you have a short rest ability to lose?
I don't think this. I'm not at that level to have one yet. So
Okay. Are you carrying any consumables?
We did just get 8 potions.
yeah, I guess I lose a potion then.
All right, then I guess in the scuffle, the potion breaks. All right. So you hit and deal another 12 points of damage. The displacer is bloodied.
Another 4 for repercussive if it fails a 16 saving throw. Constitution.
Oh right, sure. Here we go.
Yep. So 4 more thunder damage.
Okay.
Alright, in that case, afterwards, I'm going to purposely move back 15 feet.
Okay. Let's see. The creature doesn't have a reaction yet, so.
Oh, it doesn't? I thought it did.
I guess no, because the surprise test is gone and it's a turn where it's not surprised, so it does have a reaction. Sure. Since knows it's going to get it back on its turn and its turn's about to happen, it will go for it. As you move away, it is going to try and hit you with its tentacles. All right. Looks like a 12 doesn't hit.
Nope.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I would pass, but I know it's going to steal, so...
Okay, it's going to steal. Anybody? Anybody? Also, is anybody checking off these fan spells as you spend them, or?
I'm gonna reduce it right now.
Okay,
and
cool.
We've used 2 so far.
Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, it will steal going once, going twice, and all right. It begins to displace again at the beginning of its turn, and let's see. I mean, you are a good target, but also everybody is kind of dead. All right. It is going to look over at its fellows over there, and it sees Thanlin is here. Sees this lady is right there. It's going to look around, kind of take stock of its situation, and yeah, it's just gonna start to flee. So it's gonna move, and it's gonna leap. As it starts to come down towards the ground, it is gonna disappear and sort of reappear, and it's just gonna try and make distance and get out of here. So it is, I guess we'll say 30 off map. So I'll keep it down here in the corner, but its goal is to get this away. Looks like it's heading back towards the direction of Wrath Keep in sort of a roundabout way. All right. Let's see. It is going to pass to, I guess, the Blood Witch. All right. Let's see. As the Blood Witch's turn comes up, she will raise a hand, and as she does, you see the blood stain in the water. Gerard, you see it very clearly. It coalesces into a vaguely humanoid form.
Goodness.
Yeah, and it begins
Ooh.
to slither through the water towards you. All right. There we go. But it doesn't seem to want to actually get in the back into the water, so it's kind of going along the path here, trailing blood as it goes, and it ends its turn right there because it had to move and dash for that. Okay, over here, taking her actual turn. Let's see. Guess I could remove this guy because he's on her initiative. Wow. She looks around. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad out there. Let's see. Checking the range. Okay. She seems to be quietly kind of conversing with the Blade Master, and they seem to be coming to a decision. So let me get some measurements here. Yeah, all right. Guy, it looks like there's going to be some return fire. Here we go.
Shit.
Yeah.
It's hitting all of us. Early death is huge.
Yeah, so it's going to hit, yeah, all of you. Even I guess Gerard down on the ground. So go ahead and give me Constitution saves against the necrotic damage.
Wait,
the save
I'm
is for half.
I'm outside the circle.
You're outside of it? Okay.
Yeah, by 5 feet.
Oh, man.
Oh,
No, Manette.
I guess that's a bank error in your favor.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Or
no.
13
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah.
All right.
We're not used to being in fights. We're not combatant.
All right, so that creates a bit of a complication here. Misfire, a random creature takes any damage this action would have caused. Oh my god. But you aren't the one that cast the spell, so let's see. If there are no, so the action is making a saving throw. If no damage is involved, they take 1d6 per APL. So APL is 3, so it's 3d6. So in a panic at being hit with this spell, you would, I guess, Guy is the only person within 15 feet.
I might be.
Let's see, ruler tool. Oh yeah, because we're no longer Euclidean. So, all right. So we'll roll odd or an even here. Is Berto? Berto's up 40 feet, so no. All right. Odd, it's Guy. Even, it's Barnabas. Okay. So in a panic, you were like loading another arrow into your bow. You were ready to fire. You had the string taunt. As the spell washes over you, instantly blooding you, you reflexively let go of the shot, and the shot strikes Guy, perhaps comedically in the buttocks, or more dramatically somewhere else for 8 points of damage. All right, and. They seem to be assessing the damage you took from the spell, and they look like they're going to use their movement to start walking away.
Draw past the trees.
All right. Anybody who was damaged and has not acted can steal if they would like.
I think I fall into that.
All right. Barnabas, to you.
Now, I'm having trouble seeing the things on the thing, but they're over here, and you said they're walking away now?
The Blood Witch is definitely has headed towards the very edge of the map. They're getting ready to leave on their next turn.
But not the sword fighter.
Nope, he hasn't gotten a chance to act yet.
Okay. But Thanlin's fighting another sword master on this ledge.
No. Danlin's not doing anything on the ledge.
Oh, okay.
He's just hanging out over there.
Okay, I'm going to... that just pulled me in.
Oh, that's right. Because you're a halfling, you actually can't see up onto the ledge like everybody else can.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Because your height is not high enough to see up onto the ledge. Oh my god. The immersion.
So that is definitely affecting my ability to cast spells.
Yeah. Okay.
So remember that Christmas tree that Dirk talked about?
Yeah.
It's time.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, as part of your movement, give me an athletics. This is an easy tree to climb. DC 10. You can do this.
Skills, acrobatics, athletics. Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right. You scamper up the tree, and I will go ahead and set your height at like 40. Let's just set it at 45. That's fine.
Okay. 1 second. 45. Hey, I can see everything. This is great. Now what's in range for me? I don't think that Swordmaster is in hexing range. That's pretty far away. I'm gonna help Jerd out.
Okay.
So I'm going to think I can reach him just barely. 90 feet. I hex him. You know for what? And here comes 2 Eldritch Blast.
The right hand one or the left hand one?
The left hand one. I can't reach the right hand one.
All right, got it. You hex him. 13.
Only a 13.
Does not hit.
Nothing I can do about that. Second blast. What? +5. Right? Oh no, it's the roll. Yeah, that's right. Okay, 16.
They have an armor class of 18. Yeah.
I will succeed at a cost.
Oh, will you now? Okay, give me fresh damage on that. And sacrifice. You take true damage equal to 25% of your maximum hit points.
Everyone's drop.
All right. As you
good damage though.
Yeah, as you concentrate on this this spell to ensure that it hits your ring, it starts at your ring. It just explodes with flames that just travel up and down your body. In an instant, they are gone, and you are damaged for 25% of your maximum HP. But this man bursts into flames, and him die.
Sniped.
Yeah, Jert looks over his shoulder and nods, thanks.
Nod from a distance, from the tree.
Yeah.
I learned from you.
From the Christmas tree, the little angel at the top of the tree. All right.
I gotta figure out that damage now.
All right. So what else you got for us, Barnabas?
I already bonus actioned, I moved, I actioned, and who's left? Layla? Layla.
All right.
I'm the only one left.
Passing to Layla then. What do you got, Layla?
Because they've all gone.
No, they can all go. He just couldn't steal because he died. All right, so Layla, what do you got?
moving up.
Oh no.
Bonus action. The archer will shoot a starry bolt at
Okay.
a creature down below.
Ooh, okay.
And it will take some radiant damage.
Very nice, very nice.
And, sorry, I gotta do some measurement here. Okay.
All right, another blast of radiant starlight hits this blood creature. It seems to take normal damage from it.
Alright, and down below, the trees and the grass will begin to whip around as I will entangle.
Okay, which one are you trying to entangle, the blood creature? Or are you trying to entangle these people over here? Ooh, okay,
Down
very
there.
nice, very nice. Okay. All right, so entangle, when it goes off, they must make a strength save. Okay. Here we go. 1 and 2 and strength.
Okay.
All right, they
So
both
they're
make the
not-
save.
But they are in difficult terrain.
Okay.
Right. That's my turn. I don't know which ones have gone or not. I guess
You got to pick. Who do you pass to?
that's deniable up here.
Okay, fair enough. Deniable sees that the priestess is leaving. He sees that his allies are dead, but he also saw this man leap 50 fucking feet. And he knows that there's no escaping. Taking a deep breath, he pulls his great sword, and he steps up to fight you.
He has advantage and does a proficiency bonus
Yeah.
extra damage to me.
He nods his head in respect to you and your great battle prowess, and he takes a swing.
Oh yeah, let's do this. Oh my god.
Oh no! And he
You'll
gets
love to
a
see
6. Wah, wah. All right. You are so far outside of this guy's fighting skills. This guy, maybe he stay up late at night dreaming about someday being a blade master, but that day is a long way away, or maybe never, based on how this combat's going for him. All right. In that case, deniable will pass. All right. Let's see. He will pass to Spiky. You're Dunzos, so we don't need to worry about you. Malignant, you're Dunzos. Wriggling, you're Dunzos. Okay. You're Dunzos. Okay. Maintainable. Go for it, girl. All right. Maintainable is gonna use, Jesus, half their speed to stand up, so they'd only have 15 left, and then. Shoot. Let's see. They would try to get out of these weeds, right? So that'd be 20 feet to get out. So they'd have to dash action just to get out of it. They will. That seems like a good idea. So they're gonna move here, and then with the rest of the movement, they're gonna go over here, get a little bit of cover, and drop prone as a free part of their turn. All right. They will pass to the Blade Master. All right. The Blade Master is going to, I guess, just standing leap out of the fucking stuff because he's strong. Seems like a good thing to do. He's tall and strong. And then he is going to. It's so embarrassing, though. You're a Blade Master. Why would you use a longbow, son? That's silly. Everyone's so far away, though. All right. That'd be a lot of climbing. This was only a fun fight when they were, going to ambush everybody. Okay. Let's see. He's going to look back at the priestess, and he's going to look to the north. He's going to look at all you guys. He's going to sigh, and he's going to take out his bow. Wah. Here we go. And I guess he will take some shots with his bow. Oh, poor baby. Okay, so he only gets 2 shots with his bow, and they're just sort of regular ass shots. Let's see. I would definitely say that Layla, you got partial cover from Thanlin in front of you and from the tree line. Gerard, you have not really posed any sort of threat. Guy, I'm definitely going to say you have partial cover as well. And then Jert is already in an honorable duel over there. There is this adorable Christmas tree angel over there. And he did blow somebody up and burst into flames. So, yeah, he'll take a shot at the Christmas tree angel.
Seems
All
fair.
right. So that is well within range of a composite longbow. So here we go. Shot number 1. And shot number 2.
This first one.
Second one
Hit
to
the second
18?
one.
Okay.
That hits.
So 6 whole points of damage. And let's see. I think that will be his turn. I think almost to tempt you over, he will quote unquote drop prone. But you know, he's like a blade master, so he tries to look super cool while he does it. And hopefully cause disadvantage to some incoming attacks. All right. Then that was, I think, the end of everybody who could go. Nope, sorry. Dense Fey Shadowcat is going to go. He is dead. So yeah, I guess that's it. You can steal to start the next turn if you'd like, Barnabas.
Oh, I will do that.
All right.
And he dropped prone, so Eldritch Blast is going to be kind of tough.
It'll be disadvantage, and he has some cover, so he'll have a +2 to his AC.
I avoid cover.
Oh, right. Okay, then he would just be a disadvantage.
He's pretty far away, though. I don't know if I can get to him with an Eldritch Blast. I
Okay.
think, because he's at longbow range, that's
Huh?
140, I think. I can't read it.
It's 100 and 115. You got him.
I have a potato.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm just going to Eldritch Blast at some disadvantage. I don't think I can get 30 feet closer to him to hex him, maybe? Let's see if I can do that. I think I can pull that off. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, adjusting your height back down to 35 feet.
Yes. Yes. Oh,
Okay.
I won't be able to see him.
All right. So, now what?
I'm going to try and climb this tree. Is that-
Okay. So
That would be my turn.
that's actually climb the tree. Okay,
Yeah,
give me a
that's my whole turn.
DC-10 athletics check. All right.
Okay, crap. I forgot I'm small.
The immersion man.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. I live for it.
Shit, I'm too
Oh
short.
no!
Yeah.
Oh my god, I rolled 2 1s.
Oh no. Okay.
But it saved me.
All right. Oh, because halfling. Jesus Christ. Okay.
It
It
never
is
rains on
the-
a halfling.
It's the messiest, most Benny Hill fucking combat round in a long time. And then you're back up in another tree. Who do you
Am I at
pass
least
to?
within 90 feet of him now?
Yeah, measure out. Let me move you into the top of the tree.
Okay.
We'll put you in this space right here. Put you back up at 45.
Adjust my
Exactly
movement.
90.
There you go. It was
Thank
all
you.
worth it. It was
Thank
all
you.
worth it.
Thank
All
you.
right.
I hex him for.
Amazing.
You know what? Let's do some flavor. Charisma hex.
Oh no.
See if it works.
Okay. All right. Charisma hex. In case he has to check his morale. All right.
Yeah.
Well, who do you pass to?
Okay. I'm gonna pass to Jert. Get on. No, yeah, you're up there fighting alone, so I'll give
Okay.
it to you.
Jer
Oh,
Bandit. In a
Man,
duel for your life. What are you
Yeah.
gonna do?
this whole time you've been saying it's a duel, like it's honorable, it's first, and then I was over here like, can you just shoot this guy for me? Because I'm super gonna ignore him. And I'm
Alright,
just
yeah,
gonna throw my
don't let
weapons
there-
at this person way the fuck over here.
Okay. All right. So that's gonna be a disadvantage, but go for it. Yeah.
Yep. So he's gonna whip both of his weapons. As he looks at this guy, he kind of just bats his sword away and says, in Goblin, his basic Goblin, he says, "Sorry, big threat." And then he throws both of his weapons over here.
God damn. Well, you hear his dick deflate, and then you
You
throw your
summoned a
weapons.
fucking monster, bro. Like, oh my god, if only.
Oh. All right. A 10 does not hit. A 14 does not hit.
Is it within 60 to the cost range?
Since you asked, it is.
Yes, let's do it. I always will.
Okay. It hurts bad. You lose 2 hit dice. For each hit die you're unable to lose, you gain a point of exhaustion.
I will lose 2 hit dice.
Okay. right, give me that freshy damage.
Yep.
There's just a
Just
reroll
re-click it,
button
right?
when you mouse over it in the top right of the attack
Oh.
card, there'll be a little repeat thingy.
Beat the roll.
It's just it's a good time saver. All right,
plus 2,
6,
so 8.
8 points of damage. All
And
right.
then he's gonna provoke an attack and run away. He has
Okay.
to.
Let me check some range here for her. Hold on.
Oh boy.
Oh, is this like some hellish rebuke type shit? Oh boy.
All right. You're good. You're good. You're good. All right. This is this is a very big distance here. So, okay. You're gonna
Okay.
provoke. Yeah, that guy's
Yep.
definitely gonna try and hit you.
And then I'm gonna slide down this hill here.
All right. Not just hit you. He's gonna try and grab you so you don't go away. Here we go.
All right. So this is opposed athletics.
So in a way, we're already on board for D and done because we allow opportunity attacks to grapple, and that's what unarmed strikes cause in D&D1. And an unarmed strike, it can be done as an opportunity attack. Look at that shit. All right, so yeah, he grabs you, and he says in Goblin, "No, fight me."
Okay. He catches both of his weapons while he's grabbed and looks down at him.
All right.
And then he'll bonus action Hunter's Mark this dude.
Okay.
That's it. I damage her, so I assume she's gonna steal.
She is definitely gonna steal. All
You might want to
right.
extend the map though, because I can. I'm gonna chase her, 100%.
I will probably just turn that into a skill challenge if you chase her. My days of extending maps, I'm gonna embrace the 4th edition life. The map that I make you guys is the map that you get.
Hell yeah.
And if you go off map, then you are in a different encounter at that point.
All right.
All right. Similar to like Divinity 2, if you wander too far away from the fight, you go out of combat, but your other allies are still in combat.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's kind of. We'll just handle it kind of like that, which is how I normally handle it. I was just being like a little indulgent. All right, but it's. Let's see. She's going to steal. You can't take these things with you when you go. So is she going to use any of these to counter fire before she heads out? Maybe. All right, let's see. No, you're too far. All right. Interesting. Okay. All right. She will wave at you, Jerk Bandon, and then she will walk off map.
He just mouths, "See you soon."
All right.
Looking at the quickest map edge to.
This guy right here. This guy becomes like the distracted boyfriend meme, where he's like the girlfriend, and you're like looking over at the priestess, and you're supposed to be fighting him. He's just so put out by this shit, he can't even stand it. All right, her pet is going to go. It is going to rise up like a big wave, and it's going to try and wash down onto Gerard. Here we go. It is entering your space, and as it does, it tries to force its way into your various orifices and face holes,
Okay.
combining its blood with yours.
Oh, it is a spicy game.
All right, go ahead and give me a Constitution save as the creature tries to enter you.
Oh my.
Oh, a 13. That's not good. Okay.
Alright, I used inspiration earlier. Yeah, I don't
Damn.
think that would be very good
Okay.
for me. I will try to succeed if it's possible.
Okay.
His
Here you
food
go.
was so good.
Yeah,
You take true damage equal to 25% of your hit
that makes
points.
sense.
And instead of the creature entering your body and dominating you, you just take the damage, or half of the damage.
It's
So
like ripping it out of him. Oh my god.
yeah. So here you go. This is necrotic damage.
I take half that,
You take half of that. Yep.
and then I take a bunch more.
Look, it's a snuggly blood elemental. Come on.
All right.
And that is his action. And that is his recharge move. So it could be a little bit before he could use it again. We hope.
Okay.
All right. You have not acted yet. Do you want to steal it?
I would like to steal. Yeah.
All right.
Go no, and I try and hit it with a frying pan.
Okay.
Aha! All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Now he must make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no! All right.
Oh my god, it actually bunks.
Okay. All right. As you bonk this guy with your frying pan, you realize that is this a magical frying pan? I have to ask.
No. I mean, it's
Oh,
magical
no.
to him.
Okay. As you bonk this guy, you part the blood seas, as it were, as it is your strength and the integrity of this cooking pan splice the creature in twain. But you realize that the creature, I'll still roll against the force movement. It's a daze. Okay.
They become incapacitated if they.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, as a elemental, it does not care about this non-magical weapon. So it kind of parks through the creature, and then it reforms and continues trying to climb into you, grapple you, and destroy you. All right. What else you got?
Does it not care about the Constitution save?
You can expend a dial die to attempt to daze the target on a hit. They must succeed on a Constitution save or be incapacitated. It technically is not immune to incapacitate. So yeah, let's see if that happens. Okay. It's got paralyzed, exhaustion, unconscious. So maybe it's so discombobulated by being slashed in half with a frying pan. Let's see.
Oh well.
It makes the save.
That's fine.
All right.
And it takes no damage, so I won't add the damage to things. I think. I'll use my bonus action to bonk. So, he'll would have heard Manette cry out in pain and like look up at the mountainside. It was now like desiccated and just withering away from all the necrotic damage that whole hill took. Just tell her to get away, so she will run off map and hide.
Oh man, if it wasn't so resource intensive, if you wanted to show that effect of like Circle of Death, like destroying the land, you could throw like a light down that has like a color saturation effect, to like basically mess up the area. Oh dang, that'd be crazy. Okay, sorry, it just sounded like such a cool idea.
And that's it. We'll pass it to a guy.
All right, Guy, to you. Now I kind of want to see it happen. Hold on. I'm sorry if I break everybody's browser. I'm just so curious if this works. Oh, sorry. Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's horrifying.
Foundry's so fucking cool. Oh my god. Anyways, I'll get rid of the light before it breaks everybody's things. Okay. All right. Guy, what are you doing?
Guy rushes up beside Barnabas, almost staggering as he does so, looks down, sees the Gerards having issue with that, looks towards the Blade Master. The Blade Master looks like he ain't gonna run, right? These guys kind of fight.
Yeah, well, he definitely looks like he wants to stay engaged with you guys.
Alright, let's, since he's got some charisma disadvantage from Hex, let's make sure he runs. So Guy first is going to pull out his wand. I rolled for a self-roll during the combat to see how much it recharged. It's fully recharged with a 5 plus 1.
Okay.
So I'm going to 6th level magic missile him from across the map again.
All right.
Just to disrespect him while he's on the ground.
Nice.
Hey-ya!
Oh, very nice. 7, 11, 13, 18, 20, 27 points of force damage. He is bloodied.
Alright. Guy is then going to bonus action sauce a bardic inspiration of the glass piece onto Gerard, and there'll be a thrum. And then he's going to pull off his glove and object interaction. Is it fine if I just toss it down there to him?
Yeah, it's water, so it shouldn't break even if he doesn't catch it. Yep.
It's a magic weapon too.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Oh, and he'll say, "It's magic."
I'm wrestling with a crocodile right now.
Yeah.
A blood crocodile. What did you toss down?
A spiked gauntlet of venom and a magical weapon.
Okay.
If you'd like, use your reaction, if you have it, to try and kind of catch it.
No, I do not use my reaction for that. I want to use it for something else.
Okay, then it lands in the mud and water next to you. All right.
I will stay there.
Okay.
But don't forget your bardic, Gerard, and then I'll pass it over to Layla.
Okay, Layla, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to move up here. I think I'm still on the edge from here, right?
You're still on the edge. If you're there, yes.
Yeah. All right. In the air, kind of halfway up, I will hold out the staff, and I like to imagine, because of it being what it is, me being who I am, there is sort of this sunflower burst, like this bloom of a flower that then just has a shower of light.
Ooh, dope. Okay.
And I will cast Mass Cure Wounds out of the staff.
Ooh, all right.
That's the attack roll. I didn't mean to do that.
Okay. Sort of. So it should have its own spell section on your character sheet once you equip it. If you go to spellbook.
Did you attune to it?
That's why.
Okay.
Let me attune to it.
Yeah, it has magic items set up, so you should be able to just access all that stuff once it's equipped.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I might have to reload. I have it attuned now. But I'll just
Okay.
manually roll it for now.
Sure. Okay.
3d8 plus 5. That'll heal basically the, me and the other 3. 3d8 plus 5. And then I'll reload, see if we get it fixed.
Okay.
And then there will be as a bonus action a starry arc.
If not, we're at we're almost at time, so I'll just check it out in between sessions.
22 healing to Barnabas, Guy, and Gerald.
All right. Very nice.
Feels the
And
healing
damn,
spirit and
Layla.
just cries out the creature. You better run now.
And then the creature takes 9 radiant damage.
Ooh. Okay.
And since it has already went, it can't steal. Would you like to? If you went draw, yep,
I've already gone.
you have gone. Okay. I'm reloading Foundry, so whoever wants to take it can take it.
Can I take it?
It's
Yeah.
just
Oh,
on
yeah.
the map
It's just
for
a
my
run,
time.
yeah.
Thanlin, you're up.
All right. He sees the distance. He sees where the Blade Master is. He's gonna move back 20 feet. He's going to move at 20 feet. Is that 20 feet? Is that 25? No.
15.
I mean, you
Right.
have a ruler.
Yeah, the glow from the aura is throwing me off.
Oh.
All right, that's 20 feet. He's then going to take the dash action. He's going to move 20 feet forward, jump, and due to a stream leap, I'm gonna spend an exertion point to triple
Okay.
the distance.
When you take the dash action, make a long jump after moving no less than 20 feet. Your jump distance is doubled for the turn. You may spend 1 exertion to triple your jump distance for the turn, and may move the full distance of your jump even if it exceeds your speed. Incredible. All right. These abilities sound like cool when you read them, but it's only when you play on a map like this that's using like height that would really like fuck up your movement economy because you had to climb down and climb back up and all that kind of stuff. It's only then when you see non-magically 2 fucking men leap 50 feet through the air like the goddamn Incredible Hulk.
I am using a jump spell.
Right. Okay, so Thanlin
is all
somehow, I guess,
natural.
not all natural. Jert, I don't know. I don't know what Thanlin eats for breakfast, but holy
Stacking that
shit!
protein in his Wheaties, like, oh my goodness.
All right. So when you were born, a fairy godmother came and put 6 extra tendons in your knees, apparently. So, all right. So like young Midori, you nearly destroy your body as you launch yourself anime style without magic off of this rock ledge over here, fly through the air, and then land right next to this prone blade master. His eyes are wide, like damn, like he is impressed and nervous about what he has just seen.
Like, imagine that guy's life. He took cover taking prone, and then he gets hit by an inerrable attack, and now this dude just lands in front of him. Like, fuck.
Yeah, this dude has taken every non-magical precaution he can to fight well in this battle. It does not matter. All right, Thanlin, what else you got?
bonus action mark foe because I
All
can't do
right.
anything else with it. And I'm going to pass the guy because... Wait, no, not guy. Oh, I'm the last one. Shit. I'm gonna just pass to him and just be
Okay.
like, I'm gonna just look down to him and be like, get up now.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're speaking common, but he gets the idea. He is going to stand up and he's going to brush himself off. He's going to kind of half bow to you, not taking his eyes off of you. And he is going to draw his weapon and start attacking. All right. He, as his bonus action, is going to issue a challenge to you. So let's see. You don't have to understand his language. For 1 minute, you must attempt to attack him. Otherwise, if you attack anyone besides him, or if you try to move away from him, he gets to make 2 attacks against you with his signature attack. But that will end the challenge. So you mark him. He marks you. He gets up, draws his weapon, bonus action, and attack. Here we go. 1, 2, and 3. I don't think any of those are going to get through your defenses. 27?
Well,
Actually, what?
after the first one, which misses, he's
Uh-huh.
gonna use his reaction.
Okay. Leading throw. All right, an opponent that strikes you invites peril. As you find blah, 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 blah. Okay, so he's got to make a dexterity save against you.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
Damn it!
All right. So yeah, he lunges for you with the first attack. It is obvious. It's an obvious miss. You go to kind of guide his blade and kind of judo, sort of pull him towards the ledge. This man is also well trained and immediately goes the opposite direction that you intended, missing with the second attack as he is now off balance. He twirls and maybe connects with the third. 27.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right. And he is out of action economy here. All right. And let's see. Thanlin went. This dude went. Let's see. Oh, you passed him in the new round, is what you're saying? Got it. Okay. All right. And we're at time. So I guess we'll leave off at the beginning of this round. The Blade Master has acted. Thanlin can steal back if they want, and that's where we can start. You want to steal to start?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we'll leave the turn marker on you, and that is where we'll stop. I'll take you guys back
Nice.
to the dashboard. Oof. All right.
Circle of Death.
That
Yeah.
was cool.
Yeah.
Hey, it's
Big
worth
ol'.
doing these random encounters. We learned some stuff about their capabilities.
That's
And,
right.
and again, as I did
Exactly.
explain, in this particular campaign, you will see the same units over and over again because they are, lawful and whatnot. And so they have their own sort of class system that you can sort of learn and prepare against, as it were. Okay, so hope everybody has a good Saturday. What's going on? Dom's Monster Hunter starts. I think Session 0 is the end of this month. Red is getting ready to run a one-shot or
Yeah, I'm
miniseries, I
gonna
believe.
do
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a horror one shot. I'm gonna try and do it next Friday, maybe.
Just amusing.
Okay. We've got Extra Life coming up. I'm gonna try something different. It's giving me a lot of anxiety to do something different, but I want to try to do a 3-day, basically like Discord convention, where everybody's running stuff that wants to run stuff, and people are paying for seats. And no matter what game you play in, there will be opportunities to donate or be donated to cheat and modify the adventures. And I guess at your guys' discretion, we could still have Red Hand that weekend, and it would be the one session of the whole campaign where people could donate literal money to charity for your success in the campaign. It would not allow you to access like special items or anything, but it would certainly give you some of the other cheat mechanics that would directly affect that particular session. So, depending on the session that it is, could be incredibly useful. I don't know. But if you have ideas for one-shots that you've been wanting to try out and run, and you want to do something cool to help charity, I think Extra Life is a fantastic charity, and there'll be more and more information about it on the server. But one of the complaints I've gotten over the years is, when I run it, there's only so many spots, and not everybody can participate, and not everybody can stay up for 24 hours, and people want to help, but they don't know what they could do. So I thought if I might take my efforts of organizing the marathon and turn it into sort of organizing a nice 3-day event where everybody could feel like they're contributing and being a part of it. So if it doesn't make a lot of money, though, we'll just go back to the regular ass shit next year. But I at least want to give it a shot, see if maybe maybe it's fun and good for the community.
Yeah, as a
All right.
player, I would love to be a part of that. That would be great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Don't get me wrong, there's something absolutely incredible and unique and amazing about playing D&D for 24/25 hours straight. But we're a big community now, and I know that there are people that would participate if they could, but they just, they know their own limits, they know their own health, they know their own lifestyle, they can't, and they would love to be able to, contribute and play and try new stuff. And we've got several years of cool one-shot ideas built up as a community that none of us ever really have the time to run and play, so this might be a good time to try all those out. So I myself have quite a few in mind that I'm looking forward to setting up and playing.
Awesome.
All right. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of the weekend. I'll see you around the Discord, and good game.
Hell yeah. Happy
Take care,
Saturday.
thanks
Thanks,
for
Crash.
running.
All right.
Good game, everybody.
Bye-bye.